Yes, greeting to all of you. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning Show, specifically this time match preview, Chelsea versus Wrexham, friendly match preview taking place in the United States. I hope you're all doing well, more importantly, but we still have a bit of news to touch. We talk about Moises Caicedo, Carney Chukwuemeka, I think Trevor Chalobah, and something else I have lined up there that AD has shared with me. But more importantly, welcome, and I hope you're all doing well. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, we will once more. I'd like to say welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Today, it's a mix of transfer news and also the preview of the match between that would take place between Chelsea Football Club and West Ham. And I have to be honest with you, I haven't heard that name until the Chelsea US tour schedule came out. But that's, by the way, let me see who we'll have in the chat already. Say hello to all of you. Catch up with the items we'll have lined up as quickly as possible. Then start talking about the match itself. Let's see what we have here. Let's go. Spaz CFC. Do I know that name? When am I mixing things up? Okay, let's see. Waiting. Collins Nachiwa is that Spaz FC, not CFC. Collins Nachiwa, you're waiting. Okay, thank you for waiting. I appreciate you. And Shrey Oberoi, my bro, I appreciate you joining. And please, guys, go check out Shrey Oberoi's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. I appreciate you all for finding the time to join. Come on, you Blues. That is Antonio. Antonius Kudumo, nice to see you. If this is your first time here, be sure to subscribe and please keep dropping the likes on the stream. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. And for those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat, just know that we appreciate you. And if you can, just do us one more favor. Take a second, drop a like on the stream. We'd really appreciate that. And then if you're watching, just know that I haven't forgotten about you. The fact that I haven't said hello for a while doesn't mean I've forgotten about you. I always remember you, how you've advised me on what to do to keep the channel growing. I appreciate that. And Holy Michael King 073, up the blues indeed. I appreciate you joining. It's Shashi. I never give up. Promote Harveyville. Forget Caicedo. Wow. That is some campaign right there. Atugonza Andy, I appreciate you joining. Nkunku, yep, he's gonna play. It's a chassis. Harveyville position is Cam, right wing, but she's just showing to the extent she'd go to promote her, to ask us, to ask the club. Maybe she thinks we will have the power to do that. Top of the morning, coach. Everyone always listening. 3X, a dope. I appreciate you. I haven't seen you in a while, but thank you for saying that you're always listening. Morning, coach Santiago Muno. It's always nice to see you, brother. Big up, coach Bill Antoniadis. Nice to see you. Big up, coach and chat. Big up, Santiago Munoz. Glenn 10. I appreciate you, Glenn. You've changed your avatar to an elephant with the face of a human being. I'm thinking, oh, I see what you did there. Wow. I'm going to heaven. I'm not you. Hello, Chip Chilla. And that is Constantine Dante. Always nice to see you, brother. I appreciate you finding time to join. Thank you so much. And big up Dante. Everybody exchanging pleasantries. Let's see what else we have here. Kneebones, let's support Harveyville. If it's ready, I think the manager will pick him. Alternatively, let's buy both Alvarez and Amrabat. I don't think we're looking at those two players. And if you're talking about Alvarez, you're talking about Edson Alvarez. Given his the comment he made publicly, I don't think we'll look at signing him, but that's just my opinion. When asked if he regrets not joining Chelsea when we seriously pushed for him. He said something to the effect of, "Look where he doesn't regret it. Look where they are," referring to Chelsea as "look where they are." A big match versus Wrexham. Our preseason are always a Shrewsbury. It's a big one, and I like Mauricio Pochettino's attitude towards the game. Him saying that every game at Chelsea is a serious match, no friendly. Coach, you're wearing the Wrexham colors, maybe by accident. No, I don't even know the team, but big up to you, Constantine. Don't put me in the trouble. Good morning to you too, Fami Abdurrahman. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well, but more importantly, thank you for joining. Yeah, I was able to figure out what you did there. I saw it's an elephant with a human face, and then I realized, okay, the elephant in the room. But big up. Let's see, anything else we have here to address? Good one, Glenn. Yeah, good one indeed. Very creative there, and I like it. So let's see. Soon we'll start addressing the items one by one. Let me see what else we have lined up here. Just give me 1 second here before we get started. But thank you, guys. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join. Let's try and get it to 100. Because, yeah, I'll try to use the poll again to get people, to remind people to keep dropping the likes on the stream. But soon we'll be using the poll to get your contributions with regards to the players we'll select. Yep, did I share the link here? I haven't actually. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me share the link so the panelists can join me as soon as possible. That's usually how we operate here. The moment I'm all caught up with saying hello to people in the chat, I do share the link. So let's see. Let's do this. All right. It just usually takes a few seconds. Okay. We go. I think, yep, I've done that. I appreciate you all with that little patience there. Let's see what else we have here. Hello, Chelsea fans. Hello to you too, Hashi. You're back again. Don't troll today. We don't want Harry Maguire, so just go. Let's see. Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. So let's start. Let's get into it as soon as possible. The first item we have lined up, this one here. Yep, correct. Says Moises Caicedo's camp. They are pushing for a speedy resolution to negotiations following Chelsea's latest rejected bid. The bid we were told was something in the region of 70 million pounds plus. Some are saying it's just 70, no add-ins. Some are saying it was 70 plus add-ins, but whatever it is, it got rejected. Following Chelsea's latest rejected bid, there will be face-to-face talks in America. Caicedo's agent again is prepared to participate if he gets invited. So it's getting serious, and like I said the other day, it's looking as if it's getting to a point where we'll see Caicedo snap or start saying something to let them know how he feels that they're not letting him leave while he wants to leave. I appreciate you all. 33 likes already. Let's get the likes up. Nice try, yeah, from Rashi. Big down. Yep, let's see what else we have here. Chelsea should walk away from Caicedo deal. Brighton are pulling our pants down. I wouldn't say at this point that they're pulling our pants down. You should know before time, Arsenal had the bid in the region of 17 million pounds rejected. I think that was in January. So why would they take 70? I think we have to do something more. And if in fact that particular bid that they rejected from us was just a 70 million flat and no add-ins, then yeah, I'm not shocked that they rejected that. And a lot of us actually did anticipate that they will reject that, and it makes sense. So now I think we'll now go back with something north of that, and I'm sure they will accept that. I think we'll get the deal over the line. I'm not going to say we'll walk away. This signing Moises Caicedo will have to be one of our most important signings of this particular transfer window, if that makes sense. Let's see, DJ. So, big up Kachula and everyone in the comment. DJ, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Thank you so much. Hey Chelsea. Okay, from Zambia, Fonny Lloyd. It looks like you're a comedian, Lloyd. Mutuna, I appreciate you joining. Thank you. Zambian bro, we appreciate you. Feel free, feel at home. Welcome to the Chelsea Perspective community. Express yourself, but more importantly, keep it civil. And this is Ashraf Kalima. Nice to see you. I'm sorry to ask, but I wanted to watch the match live today, but I have failed to convert the time according to East African time. Here's the thing: if you go to the Chelsea website and click through, I think the match link, I think it will be automatically. It will be converted to your time, or you can just use Google. I'm not sure if I have the second to do that for you. It's usually easy. You can ask if the time you see on Chelsea website is on UK time. Just say Google, what is this time to Zambian time or wherever you are, if that makes sense. East African time, if that makes sense. So it's actually easy. And if somebody can help convert it to this brother and show him in the chat, please let's do that for him. It will be very helpful. Let's see. Big up DJ Saab. What else do we have here? We should sign Part Shaw. Okay, he's a good defender, cheaper option as well. I don't know him. I'm not just going to pretend I know him. I say maybe we should look at him. But the truth remains, I don't know him, and I don't have any defender in mind that I'd say maybe that's the alternative we should look at. A big up a coach and everyone in the chat, and that's my bro Briani Yahayu, aka 343 Dilemma, aka Contender FC, aka Vivel FC, and now Jackson FC. I appreciate seeing you. I hope you're doing well, brother. Let's see what else we have here. Big up Chelsea till I die. I appreciate you joining. Hiya, all the best for today, Chelsea friendly match. Mauricio Pochettino says for him, it's not a friendly. When you are at Chelsea, every match is important. You have to win every game, and I like that. Let's see what else we have here. Goated. Sig, nice to see you. I appreciate you. Is it Sig or Siege or Sige? There are three ways you can pronounce that spelling. I'm not an expert when it comes to spelling, but I appreciate you joining the show. Coach, you're going to cover Fofana injury issues. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah, I'm concerned. Before we signed him, we had a lengthy, for days, we had lengthy conversations, debates, arguments. We were looking at this injury chart, and they were chained. It was one after the other. It was like the distance between each injury he's had, just between months. I get it. The broken leg one, I wouldn't blame it on him, but something isn't quite right. I know he's a fine player, and I want him to do well. And some argue that he's still young and can at some point overcome those repeating injuries and you could say and stay fit for a while. But that hasn't happened. It's been one injury after the other. But I think we'll still talk about it a bit. Maybe we'll come revisit it after the lineup prediction. Big up Jackson CFC. We haven't seen him in a while. And more importantly, Brianna, I hope you're doing well. I hope you come and take Maguire. Thank you for taking for Mason Mount. But we're not going to talk about Maguire now. You got the new sub. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Get me Pavard for Fofana. Pavard, the Bayern Munich player, and I'm not sure if we're looking at him. I can't complain, and I hope you're doing well. And this is EK, a good luck saying Chelsea should walk away now. There are better players out there. For Chip Caicedo is overhyped. He's not worth 60 million. I think we want him, and I think we'll get it over the line. And I like us to sign a player that wants to come to us. We don't have Champions League football yet. Moises Caicedo wants to come to us. He's been very open about that, and he's actually spoken publicly. He talked about the rich culture of Chelsea Football Club, how Chelsea is a historic club and all that, and how he wouldn't say no to Chelsea Football Club. And that's not the first time, if that makes sense. We should get Giovanni Fabian or Nicolas Rovella. Both are better than Caicedo and much cheaper. At least that's your opinion. But the manager, most likely, the way things are going, shows we prefer signing Moises Caicedo. And the truth remains, even if you really do think that those players that you've mentioned are better than Moises Caicedo, here's the thing: Moises Caicedo will be a signing of lesser risk. Why? Because he's played in the Premier League, if that makes sense. But let's see what happens here. Rovella is good. I will research him. I don't know him. Hi, Blues family. Can we take the Ampadu and Aubameyang love money and all that to the 17 million M boom, we got Caicedo. I think, you can say a large portion of the money we've made from sales. We're going into buying Moises Caicedo. This preseason is going to ruin my sleep schedule. You have to reset your body clock to stay awake and watch those games. Unfortunately, no games before 1:30. 1:30. It changes quite a lot. Constantine just saying hello to people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 44 likes. Let's get the likes up. I will use the poll in a beat so that by the time we get to you can say talking about the game against Wrexham would have enough likes, then there'll be no need using the poll. Chelsea Blue 1905 says Chelsea must do everything within their power to sign Moises Caicedo. He is more okay, he's better than Rice. Caicedo is Ramirez and Kante in one person. Well, that's new. I haven't seen anybody say that before. Miracle Iken Nadal and one, thank you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Chelsea should sign this Caicedo and stop this delaying tactics. Negotiations are involved, and we shouldn't, because we want Caicedo and just you can say when we give Brighton what they're asking. No, I don't think we should do that. But Nafa, I know how it's important to have another midfielder, but we are so quiet about another goalkeeper. No. To my understanding, we've been pushing to sign Diogo Costa. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe that may well not be the case, but I don't know. But rumors point to the fact that we're pushing to sign a goalkeeper. We need a Caicedo more than anything. I don't trust our midfield from South Africa. Nice to see you, Dominic Bebe. Appreciate you joining. I am good, mate. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're good. I appreciate you, the Blues family. Thank you for saying that. Rafael, what else do we have here? Are we signing a new goalkeeper? Rumors are that we're going to do that. When? I do not know. Smash the like button, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And that is coming from my bro, Bobby Smoky Signals. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And again, once more, we're happy that you're at home now. And that's a sign that you're better. Patrick Joyce, hi, coach. When is the game kicking off? It kicks off at 4:30. Yeah, I think 4:30 p.m. Las Vegas time. Let me say a PST. I'm not sure what time it will be in your time. That should be around 4:30 p.m. That should be around 11:30. No, that should be around 12 a.m. 12:30 a.m. UK time. Fofana is gradually becoming injury prone. Some people will argue that he is now, and that's Inex Giafi. Giamfi, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Sorry if I butchered your last name. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Let's see. Big up, guys. Fofana injuries are always extra. Let's see. It's concerning at this point. I get it. Some thought he was gonna, you could say, overcome that. Given that he's still young, but there's still time. He's still very young. Maybe that happens, but it's concerning. It will now cost us. There's a chance that will push us, you could say, lead to us exploring the possibility of signing another CB. And we're not going to sign, you could say, a second level CB. It will be a first class CB, which means we'll be paying premium, if that makes sense. Big up to all of you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes will go a long way. Instead of Maguire, no, we're not signing Maguire. I'm not going to even address that. You know fully well that we're not going to sign Maguire. Caicedo will be here soon, and we'll make other and we will make other signings. Thomas Bays, I haven't seen you in a few days. Please do let me know. I hope you're doing well. If Caicedo wants us, he should force the transfer. I think he's doing that already. He's just being a bit patient. At one point now, he will snap and submit a transfer request. That is just my opinion. Dubai connection. Nice to see you there. I appreciate you joining. You were looking great today. Wow. Thank you for going to that accent. I appreciate that. I can't see you, so I don't know whether to say, but I believe you're looking great. And usually people that compliment other like that, other people like that do look great themselves. Fofana's injuries are always externally created and nothing to do with his structure. He's just unlucky. It's still an issue, but I understand your point. Coach, will there be a watch along this one? But it's actually overlapping with something I had scheduled earlier. Hopefully, my wife will be able, to take care of that on our own so that I can do that. But let's see what happens. Otherwise, I'd look for someone to host the show. Maybe if I'll be able to find someone. And keep dropping the likes on the stream. Our game against Wrexham is 14 hours from now. So that will help you get an accurate time. That's helpful there. I appreciate you saying that. Let's assign Caicedo, Turkey, Latvia, and Bremer, please. Are you talking about Bremer, the defender that plays what team? I think we looked at him last season and ended up not. But I think rumors were that he doesn't want to. He wasn't ready to leave Italy as at the time. I'm not too sure. What about Dybala to Chelsea? I don't think that's happening. He said openly that he's happy at Roma and he's not doesn't want to come. Doesn't want to leave Roma for sure. Let's see what else we have here. Get ready to witness a captivating high press style of football that fans have long been yearning for. I agree with you, and apologies that I haven't you can say published the last article you wrote, but I don't think at this point I think it's still very valuable given that the season haven't started, but we'll still probably take care of it today or tomorrow. Let's see what else we have here. If we get Caicedo and Turkey, we should be good to go. I will also recommend one more striker because our academy graduate is always injured. You're referencing Amanda Broya. If we want a goalkeeper, why don't we go for Dominic? I don't know that goalkeeper in question there. Caicedo deal is a must now. However, CFC cannot lose sight of the need for a goalkeeper. I don't think we will. I think we'll sign a goalkeeper, and you know how important that is now, given that Mendy has left. We have just a Keparis Abalaga and two young, inexperienced, one inexperienced goalkeeper plus Martinelli. I cannot wait for these doubters to be proven wrong. This midfield is going to cook, and that's Mark Smith. Mark, nice to see you. It sounds like this is the first time I'm seeing you here. And if that's the case, please be sure to drop a like on the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. With Caicedo and Enzo in our midfield, midfield with Andre Santos, Casadei, by God's grace, Turkey, we are good. We are good to go. Jackson leads the attack. I can see a better jobber in Jackson. Wow, that is some statement right there. But that's, by the way, let's say I've been crying for us to sign Kim Min Zhao. Nobody gave me any attention. Now we should sign Tapsola or Igor Julio. Okay, let's see what the club does. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We'll try and join the panel if my treatment is finished on time. Okay, thank you so much for saying that. But more importantly, we want you to get better, brother. Signing Caicedo for so much isn't going to make it easy for us to get another midfielder for less than 60 million, even if they're worth 20 million. Everyone will rip us a tail. Yeah. Exactly. You set the tone. The first signing, you can say, sets the precedent. And it makes sense. But hopefully that isn't the case. Only two more, Caicedo and a dependable goalkeeper, please. Then we can increase our expectations going forward. That's Collins and Nochiwa. Okay, from now on, I'm just going to try and say hello to everybody. Anybody in the chat that I haven't said hello to. And this is Abdul Abu, nice to see you. Chelsea would never dream about Maguire. He even asked in Jesus' name. I don't think we're signing Maguire. And my bro, Chelsea Mitchell Boy, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Please, guys, if you haven't, go check out Mitchell Boy's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. The highly anticipated game kicks off in just 12 hours from now. Thank you. If you can convert that to East African time so that brother that asked the question in the chat can see the accurate time there. Let's see. The biggest concern with this current Fofana injury is that it could blight or even end his career. Wow. ACL isn't that simple, and probably he'll be out most likely for the entirety of the season. I am excited for tonight. I am too. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along with good morning, coach, and everyone in the chat. A lot of people miss it. Nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Santiago Munoz, Caicedo isn't wow. Okay, you slug it out with him. And afternoon, all from Barnsley fan of 3-1 to Chelsea. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And Ryan Clark, a Barnsley fan. Okay, we have a YouTube channel called Soccer Perspective. There We cover every club. Hopefully somebody will share the link in the chat so that you can go check it out. I appreciate you. Does Caicedo have to be bought first before we can buy any more deep line midfielders or alternatives to Caicedo? Marking Neum, it seems like that's what we want to do. Should it be that way? I don't know if I should argue whether we should do otherwise. Doing otherwise, that is just my opinion. I hope Chelsea still can sign Caicedo. I think we'll get that deal over the line. Bremer is a left-footed defender. Yeah, we know. We've talked about him at length on occasions when we thought we'd be signing him. But I think part of the reasons why we didn't sign him was that I think it has to do with him being able to get a work permit. Had we signed him at the point or visa, he'd have issues getting a visa to the UK at the time. I'm not too sure. I just can't quite remember. Bremer, yeah, I've read that. Also, as long as Fofana and will also serve as a long-term replacement for Thiago Silva. Antonio Silva is the right guy. Okay. Let's see if the club goes after him. Still hoping we get a Vlahovic is as passionate, talented, clinical, aggressive, everything we need in a striker. But chances are he'd prefer to go to PSG because they're interested in, they're really pushing, and they've inquired again about his fee and all of that. Chelsea playing a team from League Two. It's friendly. After all, Thomas Tuchel's team beat a team. Was that 22 goals to 1 or 22 goals to nothing yesterday? And I was looking at it, said even though even though his team is winning, and I like Thomas Tuchel, I felt like that wasn't nice, really. At one point, just take your foot off the pedal. But I'm not too sure how bad the other team, how bad they were, that they considered up to 22 goals. Correct me if I'm wrong. Chelsea girls need one goalkeeper with Casino and a defender, and we are good to go. Okay, I think that's a bit mixed up there. A big up to you too, Killer Red. I haven't seen you in 1,000 years. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. Please do let me know. Alba is going to France. Yeah, Mark Smith, he's leaving. And again, I'm shocked as to why he didn't accept the Saudi offer that was on the table for him. Pashu is very good, young and experienced. I hope somebody inbox me those names you're mentioning so I can look at them. I don't know that name. Okay, Jerry Z, thank you so much. You're very formal. I knew you were going to do this. 12:30 a.m. in Nigeria, same as UK time. 12:30 a.m. UK time. 6:30 a.m. Thailand time. Okay, thank you so much for doing that. East Africa, that's what the guy asked, but that's fine. After watching Pochettino speaking for 3 different times, now I now believe in him. I never believed in Pochettino because I never took my time to study him because of the rivalries. The rivalry between us and Tottenham and all that. Actually, some people have found it difficult to look beyond the fact that he's coached Tottenham before. But I think we have a good manager in him. Is Chelsea playing or not yet? Not yet. 12 hours away from now. So yeah, Dan, nice to see you. And that's Quick Resina. Dan, I appreciate you joining. Let's see what else we have here. Alex Belay, I haven't seen you in a while. Alex, I hope you're doing well. We should sign Turkey and Caicedo as soon as possible. We are delaying a lot, bro. Instead of Fofana, we should use Bashir Humphreys. I think that's his first name. I predict a 3-2 to Chelsea. Okay, I don't think we'll concede 2 goals, actually. But let's see what happens. I'll write it down somewhere. Mihailo is going to light up the EPL this season. You might want to pay attention to the lights you use there. Believe me, Caicedo is the missing piece in Poch's team. Get me Turkey and Caicedo, and we shall be in top of we can, but never say never. But I'm not too sure how. I know we'll do well, but how well, I don't know. Dominic Livakovic is the Croatian first-team goalkeeper. Okay, I don't know him. I have to be honest. Chelsea need a good goalkeeper with Caicedo and defender, and we are good to go. Okay, let's see. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I'm good, bro. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. That's how we operate here. Again, if you've been here for a while, I usually know each person, and when I don't see you for a while, I do recognize that. Bayern match ended 27-0. That's really not nice. I like Thomas Tuchel, but I don't like him for that. That's not nice. Good day, everyone. And let's see. Supreme Court, nice to see you. And this is Nuski. I appreciate you joining. If you're new here, thank you so much. Feel at home. Welcome to the Chelsea Perspective community. Express yourself. Just keep it civil. That's all we ask of you. That was a trading. On Twitter. Then I looked at the videos. Arsenal fans are going to need a lot of fortitude to, yeah, they need that. But I think he still come good for them. I get it. Probably still a bit nervous. Get this up to 100 likes, people. Let's make it happen. 69 likes. Let's get the likes up. Kepa is not that bad. If we have a good midfield and a defensive line, I agree with you. He should come out better and not be conceding. But do I think we can do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga? I'd say yes. And probably we'll sign, if we sign a new goalkeeper, Kepa will most likely drop to the bench. That's just my opinion. Plus, if we are quick to score goals, it will protect him from conceding goals. But there's no guarantee that happens during games. The Chelsea team is so light. Injury to start starting players in any position will expose manpower deficiency, maybe. Ready for the season, coach and panel to go to source for a real fan experience. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you for saying that, Thomas Bays. I appreciate that. And Felix Opoku says, Opoku, it depends on where you're part of Nigeria, where you're from. Today, what time? My time at Chelsea is playing. I think it'll be 12:30 a.m. Nigerian time. And that's me guessing that you're from Nigeria. I still don't think we need another CB just yet, unless Chalobah changes his mind by playing poor this season. Okay, you think it's changed his mind and start playing poor this season? We just saw it Koulibaly too, so it will be it will make us silly. I don't think we never wanted to say Chalobah. I've said that 1,000 times, and he's not pushing to leave. If anything, he'd be again trying to see if it will get an ample amount of game throughout the season. Then maybe he will consider his future. He recently signed a new long-term contract, so I don't think he leaves. He's not pushing to leave, and we're not looking to sell him. And now that will be 3 seasons in a row. You could argue that he's been our savior. Had we been quick to sell him, then we'll be in serious trouble right now. Bremer plays for Juventus. Okay, he joined Juventus. Yeah, I remember that. When we were trying to sign him, I think he ended up joining Juventus. I rumored, and I rumored to be willing to release Bremer. Bremer is Brazilian, and he played for Torino. Torino was where he was when we wanted to sign him, when we wanted him. Yep, so you're correct. Juventus were just quick to snatch him up, and now they want to let some players go, probably because of how much their salaries. DJ, I'll come to you in a bit if you don't mind. Big up to you too. I think I've said hello to you. Keep smashing the like button, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I know today is a good day for all young boys on the pitch. Today's Real Chelsea. Danny Mans, okay, I hope we win. Poch, liberation from the Tottenham prison. Yep, I agree. That's how I see it. Has not only improved his health, but also sharpened his intellect. Wow. Free from the limitations of sports, he now embraces a world of endless possibilities with chances of winning trophies. Thanks for welcoming me to your channel. Great content and interaction with the subscribers. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that. Coach, will you view the match? I've already scheduled a watch along. I hope to do that. Like I said, it is overlapping with something as I had scheduled for today, but hopefully my wife will be able to help, and then I'll be with you guys. But there's a chance I find a host. Maybe my bro Fahim will have time to do that for me. Then that's fine. Chelsea next play Dortmund, just like in the Champions League. That will be a bit feisty, I'm thinking, because they still be bitter for losing to us after you could say coming to the bridge with a 1-goal lead. All back to French League is here we go. He left us on a free, so we'll probably end up terminating his contract. So that's fine. And Fred, and again, Dube Lamatu, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Fred, we're really looking forward to the season, but we need a goalkeeper and a midfielder to compete with the top teams. I agree with you. We need that. I heard that Chelsea have signed Angelo Gabriel. Yep, whether he stays or goes out on loan, I honestly do not know, Patrick. People looking for a CB need to realize it's gonna be 5th choice CB. If Levi and Silva start, we will have a Trevor and Badashila on the bench. Hence, the new signing will. I don't think will be. I think that makes sense. In that case, we will not be paying that much money to sign a first class CB. If that makes sense, Pochettino sound quite a refreshing, quite interesting, quite confident. Yeah, the aura. I mean, makes a huge difference. I'm not going to mention anybody's name, but yeah, you can see from just listening to him alone. You see again when you watching again, you'll be relaxed. You can say bearing it at the back of your man, at the back of your mind, that the man in charge knows what he's doing. That makes a whole lot of difference. In any case, we cannot expect him to perform miracles without the right players. It's as simple as that. Even though he's confident, you can say the aura and everything, we still need to be sure that he's well equipped to do well. Hassan Adai update with Chelsea, most likely to leave. He didn't even travel. It was a training separately from the main team. It will be a credit to us if we can get Caicedo's deal done. I think we'll get it over the line. Let's see what else we have here. For Fana, it was a waste of 80 million. Again, said for the beginning. Cooley Nathan, just calm down a bit. I think there's a chance he overcomes the injury because he's still very young. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. So, DJ, I'm gonna come to you in the immediately. I've kept you waiting for a while now, but I apologize.
That's
so
right.
About the possibility of Moises Caicedo snapping and handing in the transfer request, or maybe start speaking out publicly. That's not going to help Brighton. The last time they were able to convince him to stay, and I've seen something. I think we'll get to that in a bit. His camp. Okay, this one first says Moises Caicedo's camp are pushing for a speedy resolution to negotiations following Chelsea's latest rejected bid. There will be a face-to-face talk in America. Caicedo's agent is prepared to also participate if he's invited. And followed by this one here, which is a Brighton. Here's where I think the issue lies. This here says Brighton assured Moises Caicedo that he could leave this summer if bids came in around Arsenal's general bid of £70 million or something of a similar level. You can argue this may well have been the reason why Chelsea went in with £70 million bid flat without add-ons. Some are saying that was the case. Declan Rice's transfer to Arsenal for £105 million has made Brighton to rethink their stance with regards to how much they want to sell, you can say, their most prized asset. But here's the thing. I get it. It was just a gentleman's agreement, but at the same time, this can cause Moises Caicedo to snap and start speaking out publicly, and that's not going to help our Brighton's stance. But you go ahead, DJ. What do you make of it? The fact that his camp is pushing to get it done, and the fact that this has come out now, and I'm sure he is the one that you can say that has told one journalist or the other what you can say the sort of the agreement they have in place. It makes a difference if he starts speaking up publicly or hands in a transfer request. But your opinion, DJ?
Yeah, me too.
Big up, brother. I hope you're doing well.
Katila, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. A bit low. Maybe you have to get closer to your mic.
Oh, Michael. Oh, big up. Yeah, sorry, bro. Let me just put the mic up a little bit. Hold on, that's better. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better. I can hear you better now.
Big up to you. Big up to everybody. Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Big up to everyone in the comments. And I think Roger's.
It looks like DJ's connection isn't stable. Roger, can you hear me, Roger?
No.
Okay. It looks like DJ is struggling with his connection. Maybe he has to go out and come back in. Chelsea Blue 1905, nice to see you. Mudryk is going to be like electric this season. Let's see what else we have here. How do you think Brighton will do in Europa League and Newcastle in the Champions League? I think they would do well. De Zerbi has a European experience, and that will make a whole lot of difference. Here we have a Fofana transfer to the Blues. Was a Tutu waste. I wouldn't say that right now. I think I'd give him more time. And that's from Akushama Lucas Joseph. Nice to see you. Responding to Jay-Z there. What's the starting 11? We'll work on that. We'll try to predict that. The starting 11 isn't out yet. For me, I think Newcastle can can go as far as at the semi-finals. If they can, then they will still strengthen. Chelsea team need Moises Caicedo for the team to get energy. I agree with you. And if you're in the chat, if you want to write for Chelsea Perspective, we have a blog and we're still looking for as many writers as possible. If you know how to use WordPress, that's fine. Go follow Jerry Z on Twitter. Tell him you want to write for Chelsea Perspective, and we'll take it from there. And Jerry Z, if you don't mind, please share the link to your Twitter account so people can go follow you. So Roger, you can come in now. I think let's see when DJ is ready. He can come in. I'm sure you heard the question, and you want me to walk you to go through the two reports we've looked at, so to help you. Oh, you're good.
What's the question? I'm a little bit perplexed.
Not a question. I'm just saying, what do you make of this? His camp, they're pushing to get the whole thing resolved as soon as possible because they're not happy. To the extent that his agent is willing to participate if invited. And next one we're seeing here, look at the agreement. This just tells us what the agreement we've always talked about, what it looks like. It says Brighton assured Moises Caicedo that he could leave this summer if bids came in around Arsenal's general bid of about £70 million, of 70 million pounds to be precise, or something of similar. Okay, then now they said Declan Rice's transfer to Arsenal for £105 million has made Brighton a rethink. So I'm saying, even though this is not on paper, it's just you can say a verbal agreement or just a promise, but this can cost him as a human being, feeling if he starts to feel like, what are they doing? They told me they're going to do this. He may well snap, starts speaking up publicly, and could hand in a transfer request. But what do you make of it?
He actually does need to put in a transfer request in writing. He simply does, if he wants this to take place, because Brighton are going to milk us for every shekel we have. It's that simple. They are going to want the maximum amount of money that Chelsea's willing to pay. And rightfully so, I get it. However, I think they bought him for £4 million, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they're really pushing the boundaries here, because it's not as if they bought him for 50 and they're only making 10, 20 million on him. They're making the ROI, return on investment, especially percentage-wise, is astronomical.
And they're not paying him that much.
No, exactly. So as I said, if they were making a marginal amount of money, I could understand their stance, but they're not. So this tells me they're bloody greedy, and they go beyond their fiduciary responsibility. So I respect each side or each business that wants to do what's best for them, but not to this extent, gentlemen. You know, it's that simple. It really is. I believe he needs to put something in writing. He really does. He needs to put his foot down, him and or his agent, his team, however you want to term it, and say, I'm not happy with how negotiations have stalled thus far. You told me in gentleman's agreement that this would transpire, and we're already into just about to play our first preseason game. / friendly. So yeah, he needs to emphasize this, that he's not happy, that this should have happened days ago, if not weeks ago, based on our previous conversation. And so
I know, again, let me ask you this quickly while I'm still with you. Speaking out publicly does make a difference. I'll let you speak on that. If he puts in a transfer request, what measure of difference does he make in terms of how much he's going to go for?
You know what? It will put pressure to a certain extent for the organization, but you know, they're the type of entity that I don't think will fold that much. I don't think they really care that much. They don't have a rabid fan base. Do you understand? Like a Liverpool fan base that would indeed put pressure on an entity such as Liverpool. No, it would make a difference, perhaps. More so, it will tell them, especially the backroom staff, to say, you know what, I'm not ready to train with you. I'm, based on this, and it's like, I want to move now, and it will put pressure on them that way. Will
it make any sort of difference in terms of his valuation?
No, but interestingly enough, Don Hutchinson, the former Scottish internationals, was talking about, and I'm not sure how valid this is, but he was saying that he had done so once in his career where he put in the transfer request, but that negated his parent company from paying him while negotiations were going on. So he actually forfeited income from that. I'm not sure how. He didn't really explain it with clarity. But he said, in his previous transfers, he was getting paid by both clubs for a certain amount of time. And apparently that didn't take place once he put in a formal transfer request. So apparently, I don't know whether that is still in effect in today's, because we're talking 20 plus years ago. So maybe it would affect his pocket to a certain extent. But listen, I can't speak for the Brighton organisation. I don't know them, not that familiar with them, other than the fact that they push the boundaries financially. They really do. I think they're overly greedy, in my opinion.
And it just seems as if they're willing to risk it to sell the player for less.
Yeah, and that creates
whatever they want. Yeah,
that creates animosity, between the player and you kind. I won't say you're burning a bridge, but don't forget the other players in that squad, in the Brighton squad, will look around and go, okay. So they're not leading by example, because you hear a lot of fans. They will always say, what? Oh, these players, they're just after the money. They show no allegiance or shall we say, allegiance? I think is the right term to a club. And you know what? It's like, well, both sides need to show that. Additionally, just before I drop, I want to say, happy birthday week for DJ, because
once more again, DJ, happy birthday again. And one time again, he's in Romania actually on vacation.
Are you serious?
That shows you that it's having a lot of fun.
Good.
So
DJ, when my daughter, I can't remember what birthday it was, the following day, my son and I had asked her to do something. She goes, "Father, it's my birthday weekend." And then the next year it was like, "It's my birthday week, Father." I'm like, wow, you're really milking it. So you got to milk it, old bean.
Yeah. Before I come back to you, DJ, let me catch up a bit with what we have there. Blues Forever says, football highlights. KE, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. I am so happy that almost all the players that lifted the last Champions League has left. We are now left with hungry players to win similar things over again. I think that's another way to see it, but some would tell you it's a bad thing to lose them all. But I get where you're coming from. You're entitled to your opinion. And Joseph Inane, sorry, gents, to ask what time is Chelsea versus Wrexham, asking from Namibia. Okay, convert 12:30 a.m. to Namibian time. Use Google. I think it will be easier. I don't have the answer off the top of my head. Apologies. And 40 TV, blue is the color, football is the name. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Welcome to the family. If this is the first time here, welcome to the Chelsea Perspective family. We appreciate you all. Feel at home, express yourself, just keep it civil. That's all we ask of you. I appreciate you. Yeah, Newcastle reached the quarterfinals last time and beat Barcelona. So I think they'll be able to do that. They just have to make a few signings for your country at 1:30. Thank you for helping there. Laloshi, thank you. Red Eye, I'm not sure how to pronounce your first name, but Laroshi, thank you for helping with that, converting the time. It's because they didn't get much from the McAllister cell. I believe they are looking for the funds to replace him with a Kudus, also a baller in his own right. Kudus is a fine baller. I wouldn't even think twice before saying that. You're talking about Mohamed Kudus. Aja Onyedikachi, good day to you too. I appreciate you joining. And James Sekoto, join us, Sekoto. Thank you for joining. I wish the season to start so that we can see how the new coach of Chelsea, play with new players also. Okay, let's see what happens. It's a match played already. Nope. In about 11 hours and some minutes right now, if that makes sense. Bro, this is Mason saying, bro, we must petition. We must petition no to Maguire. This Chelsea board are actually bonkers. If they even inquire about him, I hope just easy journalism. I think that's I think you're correct that it's lazy journalism or just clickbait. Not lazy, because those are smart people doing that. They're smart enough to know that Maguire is available and Maguire wants to leave United. Let's just go from that angle, and that we're looking for a CB. So if they put out something saying Chelsea have inquired again what it would take to sign Harry Maguire, will suck up to it. So I don't believe that 1 second. And I'm sure Mauricio Pochettino himself is well acquainted to how mistake prone he is, if that makes sense. But Roger will tell you, and that's the truth. For England, he's a different animal. But we're talking about club football, so we don't want him. If we're talking about him switching allegiance, playing for another country, maybe. But to come and play for Chelsea, no. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Caicedo has no significant weakness. He can only get better. And yeah. And he's just, still 21. Mudryk 4 assists and 1 penalty for national team in 4 matches. He is such a superstar. He will be again a monster this season. I believe you, Pa. Your name is just simple. Hopefully, I pronounced it correctly. Spelt simple, but maybe the pronunciation probably difficult. I think Brighton are not serious since then. Up to date and nothing. They are extending price day by day. Yet the player wanted to move. This is crazy. But let's see what happens. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. And Akushama, Lucas, Joseph, nice to see you. Pochettino really needs to work on the back line. We really need a solid defense. I think he will. But more importantly, that starts from having a traditional number 6 is capable of protecting the defensive line. What time is the game today? 12:30 a.m. UK time, and we will do a watch along. I'll try, and it's Peter. Nice to see you. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Peter Pan. I've seen you here before. I appreciate you. Chelsea should try other targets. We signed players like Mikel Obi, Ivanovic, etc. without the so-called Premier League experience. Wenger used to find unknown talent, and he's made a few high-profile mistakes in the process. If you're paying attention, but here's the thing: I think signing a player that's played in the Premier League already reduces the measure of risk you take when you sign someone that hasn't played in the Premier League before. But that's no guarantee it works out. But at least it reduces the risk. Every player you sign, there's a risk involved. If that makes sense. Brighton cannot play Liverpool in Europe since they are from the same nation. Okay, it depends. It depends on again on the level. If you understand my point, once he gets, I think from what level actually you can play clubs from the same country. But in the group stages, I don't think it doesn't happen except if the rule has changed. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Who's in Romania for vacation? That's a DJ. Let's see what else we have here. Join me on Twitter at Jerry Z for captivating Chelsea Insight, pre-game analysis, and the fascinating world of data-driven sports analysis. Stay tuned for an exciting journey ahead. Yep, thank you for doing that. I don't think Caicedo in his heart of heart wants a Chelsea. Really? I think Chelsea just happens to be the only team pushing for him. Remember in January when Arsenal came for him, he sent a goodbye letter because it seemed at the time that Arsenal they were the only team serious to sign him. But I get it. I understand your opinion there. Thoughts on the picture, Roger? Roger, have you seen his picture? A woolly mammoth didn't suit him. Did you see that, Roger? So he's trying to get creative using someone else's face, somebody's face on an elephant. But maybe he tried woolly mammoth and that didn't work. So I'm going to say hello to a few people here. I'm going to go to DJ as soon as possible because soon he probably be heading off to the beach. Hello to you too, Kim. So I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Big up, Coach. The beautiful game. I appreciate you joining the show this morning, brother. Why do players sign contract extensions knowing that there is a serious interest in them? I cannot understand them doing their clubs a favor, but the club always shaft them. Spurs, West Ham United, etc. I think probably they upped his salary a bit, and that's enough to convince him. And if you read that letter he had out talking about him having so many siblings, that you could say the responsibility of taking care of them falls on him. He'd take any it's slightest of again pay rise. He'd take it, and I think that's what happened then. Then he relaxed, and now he'd regret doing that in the first place. And had he known, he'd be better off having a buyout clause on his contract. But unfortunately, he didn't do that. So I don't blame him, and his agent also has to be blamed because he's the one that probably looked at the new deal on the table and said, okay, sign it. They agreed that they're going to let you go if anybody comes in with 70 million pounds. I think I'd blame him. Pencil Art, nice to see you. That is it. Moletsen, Pencil Art, nice to see you. I am new here. Let me get a corner to sit. Okay, sit, relax, participate, enjoy yourself. Welcome to the community. Just you can say, just keep it civil. Why should we suffer because of Mark? I don't think we're suffering because of Mark Alistair. Aubameyang to Marseille. I'm so happy. I know you love him so much, but I'm glad he probably gets to play you can say play for a manager who will you can say use an approach that will you can say benefit him as a striker, because I still think there's a striker in him, but too many factors when he joined us didn't help. The robbery at his place in France and all that, those things didn't help. And we're wearing, you can say, doing well at the time when he joined us. So Aubameyang is being allowed to leave for free, according to Fabrizio Romano. Maybe that made it easier. The club just wants him out. Kepa and Silva are part of the 2021 UEFA Champions League, and they are still there. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't pay attention, actually, but thank you for pointing that out. I am a Senegalese. I want to see the match. It takes time when at Senegal. Okay, Abdoulaye Sa, I think the match you'd be able to get it on Chelsea website. So yeah, Caicedo, that is cheapest Salifa to Caicedo will end up like Edson Alvarez of Ajax, Milinkovic Savic, Andre Belotti, and Romagnoli of AC Milan, players who were priced out of big money moves and lived to regret it. I don't think he ends up like that. I think we'll get it over the line. Big up to you too, Ty. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't, guys, please go check out Chelsea Sessions. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. I go have a look at the kickoff time. Please go do that if you need. There's a game today. Okay. Yeah, there's a game today. So it's refreshing, isn't it? We have something to look forward to. And LaFrancis Dave, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Maguire story came up from the Sun tabloid. You understand what that means. Don't bother your head about such a storyline. I like that. Adane Ikide Eugene, I appreciate you for saying that. And here's my bro, Paxi. Paxi, nice to see you. Paxi is a content creator and he has a YouTube channel too. Please make sure to go check out his YouTube channel. I'm shocked that he doesn't have up to at least 5,000 subscribers at this point. He's a he knows Chelsea and he understands the game quite well. But I'll do the best I can to carry him along. He reached out, and I appreciate that as much as I reached out to I reached out to the likes of Max, reached out to Green Tov and all this, and Worldwide Chess, and they helped me quite a lot. So yeah, we're in this together, brother, and I promise you we'll be growing together. But I appreciate you joining the show, Paxi. Let's see what else we have here. And my big bro, Max from Button Ballers TV. I appreciate you joining BBTV. Big up, guys, and happy birthday, DJ. Once more, Chelsea will sign Caicedo by the end of the week for less than 19 million. You heard it first from Max, the Chelsea encyclopedia himself. I appreciate you joining. And if you haven't, please go check out Button Ballers BBTV. Be sure to subscribe. Let him know I sent you. He's an excellent individual. Beyond him helping me as a content creator, I've seen enough to know that in real life, if I get to meet him one-on-one, I'll be rest assured I'm meeting a very nice person, if that makes sense. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and this says I am serious about a petition for No Maguire. Maybe No Maguire, that's the hashtag. Maybe we should push for that. Let's get it trending so the board sees it and don't risk it. Nice show, Anthony F. For day. Nice to see you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Maguire wouldn't happen. He will probably go to West Ham. I don't think we'll sign him too, but you don't want to risk it. DJ, where are you in Romania? DJ, that's a question for you in the chat. Please, can you read? And I think he wants a response from you. Let's see what else we have here. If truly Aubameyang is allowed to go to Olympic Marseille for free, then believe me, Chelsea is trying to come in for one special player in Olympic Marseille. Watch out for this, DJ and coach. Okay, let's see if that happens. No Maguire, and we Chelsea don't need He's a service. We don't need his service. Believe me. Big up Kachila JC. Nice to see you. How are you? I'm doing well, brother, and thank you for asking. Chelsea still haven't walked away from Brighton. We need to work, which will bring down the price. No, I don't want to risk walking away from that sale, but that's just my opinion. And Paxi, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that, bro. Again, I cannot thank you enough for doing that, but thank you. But DJ, I'm gonna come to you just quickly. What is the update on Turkey? Nothing new has emerged. It's still that a bid we heard is imminent, but it hasn't happened. What is really going on with the midfielder Caicedo? We're working on it. Our bid of 70 million pounds was rejected. Big up Ty, and that's Prince. Face, nice to see you. I've answered your question there. Glenn 10 saying hello to people. Coach, it's a big shame. Jerry Z's extremely well-written, perfectly constructed paragraphs using the appropriate grammar is all wasted on us ignorant fools. Oh my goodness. And I read it all. Fam, your job is under serious threat. I have to say, Jerry Z has to be the most formal person I've ever met in the Chelsea community. Can we invite Maguire for dialogue or at Cobham and lock him up same room with Romero Cyrus? Thank you so much for saying that. But that's by the way, DJ, you can come in. What do you make of the Moises Caicedo conundrum?
Yeah, sorry again. Big up to you, Kachila, and big up to Roger, and big up everyone in the comments.
Big up to you, brother.
Yeah, listen, I'm sorry I cut off earlier on. I had some bad reception from my iPad. I'm on my mobile phone now. No, listen, the Caicedo deal, I've said this before. I'm not really worried about the deal. I'm not really worried about it because I've said already it still will happen. It will go through. I gave my 2 prediction dates on when I think it's going to happen. I've seen big up to Max and Burton Ballers. I've seen his prediction. I've given mine. I think that deal's going to happen. I think the reason why Chelsea haven't gone to other players at the moment is because they are concentrating on this Caicedo deal. This is the main target of the whole transfer window before the others come into play. And I think once we get the Caicedo deal done and over the line, I don't doubt for a second there'll be other players that we'll get. Because if you all heard Poch's press conference yesterday, he did say, we pointed out there are some positions that, that we are working on with the club. And he wants to get this till he has this full team. So for me, look, this Caicedo deal will get done, and then we'll look at the other targets. Turkey, I think, could be another one that could happen. On that one, the reason, from my understanding, is that Chelsea. All it is that all I know is they've obviously shown interest in the player. That's all as far as it's gone as yet. No bid to be put on the line. Having actually been put on for the player, it's just interest in him. But they do want him. He is a target that they want, and I think they'll follow that one through once this Caicedo deal is done. So yeah, I'm not really worried about it, really, Kachila. I think it's just, I know a lot of the Chelsea fans have been saying it's so long. I get it because our transfer business has kind of like been slow. If you look at the other teams ahead of who are obviously gone, Arsenal and all, they've obviously done their deals, already got them in place. We are getting our business done slowly, but it's just taking a bit of time. And I think the team he's going to start against Wrexham tonight actually points that all out. It's a young team. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at the lineup. What they think it's going to be.
We'll do the lineup
when you get to that.
That's how we end the show. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, for me, look, I as I said, it will happen. It will happen. It's just a matter of when, or matter of I think of when they can get everything all in place and sorted out. So I'm not really worried about the Caicedo deal. And just to answer one of your colleagues in the question, constantly was asking me where I'm in Romania. I'm in a place called Constanza in Romania. I don't know if he's heard of it. It's actually
Constantine, if you're paying attention, he just said where he is.
It's Constanza. It's a beautiful part. It's beach life all the way. In fact, my missus is Romanian. That's why I've got connections here.
Oh, now I see.
And my best friend is Romanian as well. So I went to his wedding here in Romania. So yeah, I have got strong connections here in terms of that. And I'm also trying while I'm here. I'm also trying to go and see, try and visit one of the football clubs here because it's hard to do it. But I understand Georgie Hagi's around these parts. Everyone knows who he is. He's a legend.
I know Hagi. Yeah,
he's
I'm trying to find. Because one of my wife's uncle's sons does sports and all that stuff, and he's quite close with a lot of the famous football players and stuff here. So I've asked if he can try and get me an opportunity to meet Georgie Haji and see this team, the team that he's actually. It's hard to get because of what he does here in terms of his business, because he's no longer he's still in football, but he's doing other things in football. Yeah, and I'm trying to find a way of trying to get some kind of chance to meet him if I can. There's an opportunity to meet him, I will do that, and if I do, obviously I'll get pictures of that and try and see if I get some interviews with him as well, if possible. Not 100% definite, but I'm trying my best to do that.
Well done.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, DJ. I appreciate you. And Constantine, if you're listening, DJ is Constantly. What do you get? Constantine DJ is in
Constanza.
Constantine DJ is in Constanza. I like that now, something like a rapper. But DJ, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. And thank you for actually squeezing out time to join us. I know your missus probably won't be that happy with you.
She's cool. She's cool.
They are trying to use Chelsea and Link Maguire, so the clubs can start coming up for him. Chelsea can never sign Maguire. I think so too. This is coach. The game kicks off in 1 a.m. your time. Okay, thank you for saying that. Here we go for Aubameyang. I'm happy he's gone. What time a match starts in UK? 12:30 a.m. Kevin Abdul. I hope you send that everyone from the UK. It's 1 a.m. kickoff. I've seen some content creators saying actually they're not going to watch it. So the hashtag we start using. Maybe you should say we should add no Maguire at Chelsea. Maybe so that you're very specific, because no Maguire may well mean no Maguire at West Ham United, but not at Chelsea. Let's see. All Turkey videos are edited right at the moment when he has to stand up and run. They are also trying to edit his fails. I am concerned, and it might be a bullet to judge for the moment. Okay, if that's how you feel, but I think we should get Turkey. Thank you all. We'll try to watch. Okay, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We are at 108 right now. We're going to try and address the items we have, get them done as soon as possible, and then get into the match lineup prediction. Big respect to all the fans. Big respect to you too, brother, and thank you for joining. Why would the Chelsea game kick off at 1 a.m. where it's being played? That's where the problem. That's why again it's 1 a.m. your time, but 4:30 p.m. my time and 7:30 p.m. in Eastern US here. Kachila, I am concerned. 1 month ago, I told you about concerns on Fofana's injury record. I am really sad for the kid. Again, does he he can come back to top level football. Do I think he can come back to top level football? We will need to buy in January. I think he will. He's still very young and can, you can say, overcome that. But we get to that in a bit. Jesse, I agree with you. Your concern, it was the 66th against Ukraine. It was the 66th minute against Ukraine, and they took him out for fatigue. He's a talented. I think he's still talking about Fofana there. The Brighton game on Sunday kicks off at midnight. Okay. Big up everyone. How many of you plan to watch? Okay, a question for all of you in the chat. Port City of Constanta. DJ, are you there to deliver some? Okay, I'm gonna move on beyond that. I heard Kai couldn't juggle a ball in MLS. Yeah, may well be under pressure. I don't know. I'm part of complete leads a move. Good luck to him. I wanted him to leave. If we're not gonna, you can say, give him a chance. I didn't want him to go out on loan again. That kid is talented. At least we have a selling clause, and I would have loved the buyback clause, but a selling clause is still fine. We still have to make money from him if they decide to sell him. Man United facing Lyon today in Scotland in Edinburgh at okay, Murrayfield BT. Okay, but thank you for saying that, Coach. We cannot banter United. We cannot banter United all summer for getting Mount and then go and buy Maguire. No fridge at the bridge. I think I agree with you. I like that. Get this to 200 likes, people. Let's make it happen. We are at 110 likes already. Let's keep pushing the likes up. I appreciate you all for finding the time to join the show. So let's look at the items we have lined up. We need to knock them out as soon as possible and address all the items we have here. And Glenton says that hashtag is gone. Really? Okay. We've addressed this. We've addressed this. Rocha, I don't know. You've spoken. Okay, DJ now he hasn't spoken. Have you, DJ?
Yes, bro. On the I've spoken. On
the Caicedo
yeah
thing. Okay.
Yeah, I did, bro.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you uh, um, saying that. So let's look at the next item we have lined up here, and it's this. I'm there already. Pochettino is having just a press in a 3-3-3-1, and attack in a 4-2-3-1. Santos and Casadei are pivots. They get pivot players with Santos dropping deep. Fullbacks are taking turns and coming into the field, which is a typical Pochettino approach, according to Mox 2, who is there. Yeah, inverted fullbacks and all that. Given that comment from this brother here, so this is nothing shocking here. It's a typical Mauricio Pochettino, the way the fullbacks operate. I don't know if anybody on the panel has anything to add to that, or should we move on? Up to you.
What was it about? Sorry.
His preferred approach, the press, we press in a 3-3-3-1, and then attack in a 4-2-3-1 approach. It says Santos and Casadei are pivot players, with Santos being the more deeper of the two players, probably being the one.
That's exactly what I saw a video on with a former Poch assistant coach. This is before Poch was actually had signed for the job, and he basically said it's a hybrid. In possession, you're basically gonna have the backs, the fullbacks go forward, obviously to give width up the pitch, and then you're gonna have a back two. But in essence, one of your holding midfielders will actually drop into a back three, or be very deep, like a defensive half a triangle, so to speak, and then. For all intents and purposes, it's going to be a 3-1, 5-1, so to speak. You know, because you're going to, especially deep lying defenses, basically. So that's what you're going to have. You're going to have that kind of formation, and then obviously out of possession. You know, it's you could actually even have like a 4-4-2. They even said. You know, you're going to have Jackson and whoever is up front. You know, usually the taller person. You're going to have two blocks of four. You could even have a 4-5-1. It all depends.
So, sometimes he can actually be very unorthodox. You can't even fathom what's going on there. Yeah,
I forgot the gentleman's name. I'm so sorry. I should have noted his name. The former Poch's assistant coach, and he went into quite a lot of detail about the transition, you know, and it's evolved since then too. So, and he was talking about the actual transition where you have someone, and that's why I'm a little bit worried about Caicedo, even though I want him immensely. That's why, you know, I look at Chouameni, for instance, for Real Madrid, and he's more prototypical to drop into a back three, if that makes sense. I'm not saying Caicedo can't do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying he fits the description physically more so. But it's not going to be a 4-2-3-1. You know, we're not going to see that in possession. You know, I mean, for the most, especially when we're playing a team that's going to use a low block, you're just not going to see that. You're not going to see a back four. You know, they're going to be higher up the pitch. And the only thing that I'm worried about, especially initially, especially when you look at a team like Liverpool that are so deadly on the break, is that we're caught in transition. And that's something he needs to work on.
Yeah, which is why we need a traditional DM, or at least Moises Caicedo will go a long way in ensuring that doesn't happen. But let me catch up with what we have with that. DJ, I don't know. It says if you want to address this, and after this, I'm going to only be reading topics that are aligned with the current topic. But you want to look at this?
No.
Coach, what will you and your panelists do if CFC end up with mammoths in the team? Can you guess who are those? I know one already. You can say a forbidden name. I'm not going to name one. Who else? Do we have any other mammoth? I think there's only one woolly mammoth right now.
God, I hope so.
One is gone since Aubameyang is going to Marseille. One is gone, so one is left. So I'm not going to name that one. It's a forbidden name. Turkey versus United is a game to watch. Maybe I have to watch them. I'll try to watch that one. Coach, the FIFA Women's World Cup starts at 7:30 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you so much for that update. Let's see what else we have here. Just move a major step closer to a $2 billion redevelopment of Stamford Bridge as they agree a £50 million deal to buy site next to their stadium. I think I saw that too. Hello, Silva, I appreciate you for that report. If Lukaku was such a big baby, this side we have now would be perfect for him. Okay, thank you for saying that, Chelsea fan. Jason Johnson, JJ. Hey, have you all heard? What is that? What you're calling Chelsea? Don't do that. Preseason matches are they going to be available on TV? Yeah, I think they said it will be on on the Fifth Stand app or the Chelsea website. But the question is it going to be for free? I'm not too sure. I think for last season, I think I had to pay about $3 or so to watch the games when it's not on TV. I think so. I gotta go now and enjoy the game. Patrick Joyce, thank you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Nkunku would benefit each other. Nope. Thank you. Lukaku can keep the benefits to himself and don't bring it to us. DJ, great to hear. Just a response to you there in the chat. Good evening, Stanley Madu. I appreciate you joining one day. Thank you so much. Not Chelsea, not actually have a different team handling all the transfers. I think they are. You just don't know. And I think I saw, who was that? Was it Ben Jacobs or who was telling Terry from Football Terrace that we've decided to do everything in wraps. We don't know what's going on. But Chelsea are working a lot, again, trying to take care of quite a lot, again, behind the scenes that the fans do not know. And that can be frustrating, and I understand. It will be interesting to see Andres Santos this preseason. I hope for big things from at least one of the multitudes of young lads we have there. I think lots of them are very confident. I don't know if you've seen the report of Chukwemeka saying he doesn't want to go. He wants to stay and play under Mauricio Pochettino, and he's told him that he's going to help him become better, whether that is in 3 months or 6 months' time, that he doesn't care. And I like that spirit. We are hunting down 80 million players when we could have secured Neves, Talisman, and Madison. I don't want Talisman. Maybe Madison and Neves wouldn't have even. Here's the thing. He's gone to Saudi, hasn't he? Right? He's gone to Saudi, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he has.
Who are you talking about?
Who are we talking about?
The Wolves guy that went to Saudi. What's his name?
Yes. Oh, yes, he did. Yes.
The Portuguese international. Yeah.
Is that Neves?
Neves.
Yeah,
Yes, that's him.
I don't think we would have been able to afford him. Actually, he was on the verge of joining Barcelona, and Barcelona were taking their time, and then the Saudis came and probably offered something that in the next 10 years Barcelona won't offer him, and he took off. And I don't blame him. So let's see the next item we have lined up. I appreciate you all for 124 likes. As I told you all, I'll try the best I can so that we can knock out all the items we have lined up so we get into the match prediction. Let's see what else we have here. So I'm not sure what this guy is saying here. Okay. In the BPL, I'm not sure what you're referencing there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Constantine Dante has a response for you in the chat, DJ. You can read it. I'm going to move on. Let's see what else we have lined up here. This one I like so much. It says, Chelsea are now reluctant. I don't think we were ever about selling him. Like I've said before 1,000 times, we're not pushing to sign him, and it's to sell him, and it's not pushing to leave. I get it. The rumors were that if we get a sizable offer, that we'll sell him. But yeah, we're not going to sell him, especially after selling Koulibaly. I think we talked about that at length here, saying I don't think we'll sell him. Chelsea are now reluctant to sell Trevor Chalobah after Wesley Fofana suffered a serious knee injury, which will rule him out of action for months. Probably will miss the entirety of the season. And Chalobah is a good defender. I don't know why people are giving him sticks. Again, I've argued before, those mistakes that people point when they judge him, those are the sort of mistakes that are very common with players at this age. And it's as simple as that. We've seen Badiashile, as much as I like him, make a few mistakes, have some shaky moments. We've seen that from Wesley Fofana. Even Levi Colwell will have his moments. It's as simple as that. But DJ, you have anything to say? We move on.
No, what's this about? What, bro? About Trevor Chalobah?
That Chalobah, yeah, that saying we're now reluctant to
Yep.
sell him, but I don't think
Yep.
we were ever serious about selling him. But
Do you
that's
know
just
what
my opinion.
No, same here, Kitcha. I've said this on your program. You know this how I'm on Trevor Chalobah. I don't think it would have been a mistake if we let this kid go anyway. I mean, I think out of all the Chelsea, I think he's probably one of the most consistent players in that team when he's playing. I don't think I can really think of many mistakes he's done when he's been playing. And you know, he's Chelsea. He's proper Chelsea. He loves the club. He doesn't want to go anywhere as well. And that's what I like about him. He wants to stay and fight for his place. And listen, you know, I'd rather him anywhere than seeing the links to the fridge Maguire. Even that might just be paper talk.
I didn't know he was called the fridge.
Yeah, he's called the fridge.
Just every time I see him, I just remember the Ghanaian parliament member using him as an example. I said that's a bad example for a fellow member. But go ahead.
They call it. He's got all sorts of names I've seen come on Twitter, mate. He's the fridge. He's called. Is it Slabhead?
All these names. Yeah.
That's his nickname. Yeah. Slabhead. Yeah, these are all the nicknames of the fridge. But I prefer the fridge over anything anyway, because and certainly I don't want him at Chelsea. And listen, we don't need him. For me, I think Trevor Chalobah is a better defender anyway, and he's younger. So yeah, that's what I've got to say on that one, mate.
All right, just a bit of time here. Go ahead, Roger, before I get what we have in the chat, because it can lead to me switching topics. But go ahead, Roger, your thoughts. He's a fine player. I know you respect him. I think you and I and JC won the same you can say side on this one. We've always known there's a good defender in him. For instance, he was what you could say our best defender before World Cup, pre-World Cup. Then post-World Cup, why Graham Potter dropped him to the bench? Probably because he continued with the back three, and Kukurea was playing the left centre back position. And who played in the right centre back? I can't remember again. I can't remember what led to it. Just doesn't make sense that he dropped him to the bench.
I think he made one or two small mistakes.
But before the World Cup, he was just brilliant. He didn't.
No, I know.
Yeah, but go ahead with what you were saying.
Okay, so I think it's a moot point because he hasn't wanted to go anywhere. In fact, it's quite the opposite. He's always wanted to stay. So I think for the club to have said, listen, we could move him on for at least X amount of pounds, I don't think it was going to happen. Now that we've sold Koulibaly, which I didn't see happening, and now that the unfortunate injury to Fofana, I just said earlier this week, that this is going to be a very telling season for Fofana if he can stay healthy. He didn't even last a pre-season game. I feel so bad for him. You know, there's a lot of luck in sports, you know, whether it's genetically, you know, whether you're more apt to incur in other injuries. People heal very differently. So it's a lot of genetics involved. And also, you know, listen, his first major injury was a contact. You know, it was a full break, you know. So I really feel sorry for him. And he's, for all intents and purposes, he's out for the season. You know, don't be. I've seen some reports that he'll be back around Christmas. No, he won't be. You're looking at 6 to 9 months, depending on how the knee heals, and obviously how the other leg is not compensating for the injured knee. So you're looking, for all intents and purposes, the season's gone. You know, which is a shame. Listen, ACL is not as detrimental as Achilles injury is. Those are far harder to recover from. And ACL, the technology, especially when you're using these chambers, these oxygen chambers to heal, he can come back in 6 to 9 months. But for all intents and purposes, this season's a write-off for him. And I feel so sorry for him. So Chalobah, listen, I say this in a very cold sense, and I don't mean to be dismissive of anyone, but this is an opportunity for Chalobah to prove himself. You know,
in my opinion, I think he's proved himself.
Yeah, I'm not saying he hasn't, Coach. I'm not saying he hasn't. Listen, he's so young. You're going to make mistakes. This is one of the hardest positions to play at, because of the fact that you need experience. Because you have to look at things and And your football IQ, you have to understand how the game's evolving. Once you see it day in, day out, week in, week out, then you look at Silva. He sees it before the offense sees it. He reads the game so well. He wasn't like this when he was 21. He's gained that knowledge over time, just like most jobs. So I have no problems with Chalobah. He's homegrown. He's a wonderful young man. And this, my only thing is, do we need to acquire someone else? Probably so, because we haven't even started a friendly game yet, and we're already down a man. I can't see us going the whole season without someone going down, even if it's temporarily for a couple of weeks. This, I was gobsmacked when I read it.
Yeah, and his thing. The good thing is that Fabrizio Romano says we'll explore the centre back market and see who's available. But I think there may be the need to do that. I don't know. And probably had this happened earlier, I don't think the club would have sold Ampadu. That is just my opinion. Let's see.
No, exactly.
Coach,
exactly. Yeah. Or obviously Koulibaly.
Yeah. Coach, according to son Romelu Lukaku, just quickly this report here. This is just in Chelsea women agree huge deal to sign striker Mia Fischer. It's a record deal for the female team. 200,000 to buy the 22-year-old from Mexican Giants Tigres. Okay, thank you so much for that update there. And Liga 19. Okay, I'm not sure. You're spelling Liverpool one by one there. I get it. Coach, according to Son, Romelu Lukaku has invited Harry Maguire to his housewarming party. They are planning something mischievous. I think we have a good security system in place. They're not going to do anything. So I'm fine. Onumba, big up, Kuchila. Big up to you to one them. You're doing good. I appreciate you saying that, Onya. Thank you for saying that. Liverpool, I know that's what you're spelling. We get to meet. But thank you. And if you don't mind joining our sister channel called Soccer Perspective, maybe you can come on there and talk about Liverpool. I find it amusing that DJ didn't mention Andrew Tate, or perhaps that's the main reason for his visit to Romania. Okay. Caicedo had been a Chelsea fan before he came to England. His mom is a blue. Also, his preference for Chelsea is the only reason no other team is coming for him. I think it makes sense. Chelsea should get him in, move on. And I'm getting this comment because a lot of people, again, even though it's off topic right now, but he is again a member. Again, he is the Tottenham member. So again, he has that. Can I give him that preference, maybe, for lack of a better term. Okay, a Wrexham fan here. If you're a Wrexham fan, go join our other channel, Soccer Perspective. There we talk about every club. But welcome, enjoy yourself. Just keep it civil. We should be stupid to sell Chalobah with Fofana out now. Now we need 2 more centre backs. I will take Chalobah anytime over Maguire. I don't think Maguire is coming to Chelsea. It's just absolute nonsense. Chelsea need another defender, even if Chalobah stays. Thiago is 39, but De Sheila is still injured. So Chelsea have only Colwell, Silva, Chalobah fit, and maybe Bashir Humphrey. Bashir Humphrey, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he a defender? 2 more injuries. What then? If the man trusts him, if the manager trusts him, but I'm not too sure we trust him enough. Chelsea all the way. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you joining. Don't know why Bali, our team, is even considering this. We're not considering him. Just stop bothering yourself. Coach, let me refresh everyone. The only moment when Chalo made some error was for 15 minutes play in the game against City, which Roger himself, was it Roger or was it AD? There was arguing he wouldn't like a situation where if he brings in Chalobah and then he has a bad game and people will start blaming him. And before that game, I think he was on the bench for a while. Potter didn't feature him for a while. So such things happen, especially for a young player who trying to show you, okay, you know what, I'm supposed to be starting games and then trying to do too much and make a few mistakes. I didn't think he made too many mistakes, really.
No,
in the game against City, when Chalo was thrown into a big game after 3 months on the bench. Oh, sorry. Sorry for doing the tapping on you there. But go ahead. You were saying something, Roger.
No, I totally agree. Listen, one of my favorite moments the last 10 years or so was watching Chalobah score his first goal. I mean, That was
Yeah.
pure, unadulterated.
Emotional for
Oh,
everyone.
it was
the game.
one of my
Yeah.
favorite
bridge.
because you come up through the ranks, as a
Mhm.
in Cobham, and by the way, it was a gorgeous goal too. You've got to
Against
admit.
Crystal Palace, yeah, against Crystal Palace.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah, mate, what a goal!
Start
I
of the
mean,
season.
yeah, it was
100%, man.
It was a sexy goal, to put it mildly, and you just saw that. You see Aspilicueta just go over to him, and that was just pure unadulterated adulation. It was
I
what
was
a
just gonna say, Roger, you haven't said it was a sexy goal. I'll come to you in a bit, but hopefully you have time. I apologize. Except that, yeah, he's been the better. You can argue that he's done better than Fofana. Fofana had a shaky game.
Do you know what
before,
else, Coach?
you
Can I
say.
just say? Do you know what else? He brings the passion. He brings the can-do attitude.
The Chelsea spirit.
Yeah, this is so important. It's not just about what you're gifted with. Not everyone can be an Eden Hazard. A lot of people out there are a bunch of Rodgers. So this chap, he brings a mentality, and that's what you want. You want that kind of affectionness, with throughout the whole team. And that in a positive way is contagious.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like Constantine Dante is calling Harry Maguire slaphead. That he's way too old for our project, so we shouldn't worry that much. Chalobah is a fighter. The Chelsea spirit has in him. Chalobah is 25. We need to stop acting like we picked up the wrong Chalobah brother. Okay, Makineum Koulibaly was the wrong defender to leave. I'd say we shouldn't have sold him, but for some reason, maybe we just saw an opportunity to sell him, and then we had to. But I've just pressed the like button. Thank you so much, Sonny. I appreciate you for joining. Yep, thank you for saying that. To keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 138 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300. I'm not being a negative when I say I'm not counting Fofana this season. I think he's not going to play any part. I don't think he'll play. If anything, if he gets a chance to play, he'll probably be just you could say he's still recovering, and maybe he's recovered fully and play a game here and there. But I don't see him playing. You could say and he won't play a part. Let's just leave it at that. Even if he comes back, there's no telling that he regains a starting spot. Yeah, we'll see what happens because of how much we paid for him. Even if we want to sell him, I think we'll be try to play him to show that he's a good defender and maybe get at least a sizable fee from himself. But hopefully he overcomes that and lives up to the player we believe was signed. We are out of Europe, and I get that. What am I seeing like most in the chat are content on staying mid-table with average players. Chelsea need good players to get back to top four. Okay, let's see. Good afternoon, everyone in the chat from England, UK. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you joining. Manele, I'm not sure what you're saying there. Let's see. Yes, it's me here, Little John, also known as John Hand. Oh, John, you changed your name. Okay, I appreciate you joining, John. I think you said you have a channel. You can share the link to your channel so people can go check it out, John Hand. From Wales, okay, thank you. I will go for Dices to replace Fofana and still keep a Chalobah. Okay, let's see. Challenge anyone to remind me one error of Chalobah other than 5 minutes against Manchester City. If you go back a bit, you see a few, but we're not going to get into that. But I agree with you.
That's understandable, Coach.
Yeah, I think he's one of our best. Again, he was one of our better defenders. Pre-World Cup and post-World Cup. What Potter did, I just don't understand. I will be happy against Madrid. He wasn't to blame and had no chance against Rodrigo and Nkunku's mistake. Okay, let's move on from that. Let's see what else we have here. Silver Generation came out of the womb doing kickoffs. Mitchell Boy, did I miss a comment there? Big up to you, Mitchell Boy. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. You are attracting the Wrexham fans. I told you, wearing their colors. Maybe this is just a shirt. But okay. But Chalobah is 25 and he should have left instead of Koulibaly. He's not bad, but he's just not on the Chelsea level. Again, that is your opinion. Chelsea have now agreed a deal to sell striker Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang to Marseille on a free transfer. Chelsea initially wanted a fee, but Alba will now leave on a free. So we'll just find a way to let him go. I'm glad. Constantine, no, never. Okay, just having a conversation there. Let's see. Question for the panel: if Chelsea finish, say 7th or 8th, how disappointed are you going to be? If so, why? And if not, why? Here's the thing: I'm not obliged to answer this. I knew you were going to come with such question, and I don't know where we're going to finish. So there's no way for me to tell. I just don't want to answer this. If anybody on the panel want to answer this, they should go ahead.
Well, if we finish 8th, that means we're out of Europe, if I'm not mistaken. So
definitely,
yeah. So 7th, I'd be very disappointed, but at least we'll be in the Europa League, which means that we can potentially win that tournament the following year, which means we have another avenue to make Champions League the following season. That's the only plus I see in that. Obviously, 7th is disappointing. I would hope for higher than that, but it all depends. Listen, we haven't even played a pre-season yet. We're down a starter. So what does this tell you?
And the other teams that are going to be involved as well.
I'm sorry, sir.
I say, and the other teams like other clubs, top 6 clubs, and how they're going to perform. Can you hear me clearly?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay.
We can
So
hear somebody's a PC. We're hearing somebody's PC sound there. Is that yours, Martin? But go ahead.
Yeah, I think it might be. But anyway, I was like, it depends on the context of the season and how far off would be from the top 4. So, like Liverpool doing the late run up to the top 4. If they end up 6th, Tottenham were 4th the entire season, but dropped down at the end. So it all depends on the context. But we need to see improvements. We need to see players, developing, growing, getting better, and just have that platform to fight for, to challenge, the following season.
All right, we'll get to that in a bit, David. So relax. We'll get to that in a bit. We're talking about Chalobah right now. Selling Koulibaly is not a bad move, considering the offer and his age. Yep, that was probably the reason why we sold him. Defenders should not be a big deal to replace. It does not need to be a big name, but just a bold one like we got Badiashile. Which means a lot of scouting work, maybe. Definitely a lot of good scouting work to get a good defender in for such a low fee. There's no point in debating on this. We know how good Chalobah is. His average. Then, if you're going to speak like that, speak for yourself. For me, I think he's a good defender. That's just my opinion. His average. You think his average? We need defenders like Ramos, Van Dijk, Terry, Ivanovic, Chalobah can be a squad player. We cannot depend on him. But the start of your sentence should be you think is average, because that's
Coach.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you need to understand that this Chalobah prop runs deep, and it all started from the cup final we had with Liverpool, where he was up against Luis Diaz. And I think Pulisic missed some big chances on that game, and we lost on penalties. But I think the fans just needed someone to blame for it. They needed something. We defended good. Yeah, and Chalobah and Pulisic were the scapegoats. And if you notice, after that, it's just, everyone just kind of, some people or some fans just kind of put both of them on their black books and just waiting to pounce on any mistake they make or try to get them out and everything. It's never really about the player. Now we're talking about a fourth choice in a season where we'll be playing one game a week, and people are so involved in this. Like it's unbelievable, really. Like this, he is the fourth choice and will probably not play for most of the season. So if people are saying we should get a new center back, that would be the fifth choice. So we would already have Badiashile on the bench and Chalobah.
Well, Badiashile is currently down for a month or two.
Yeah, but he comes back in September. So even when he does return, he would be on the bench waiting for his chance.
No, I understand, but listen, I'm a little bit perplexed. I'm at a crossroads as to, do we need to perhaps go in the marketplace or promote someone from Cobham to be in the team, because I'm just basing it in the last couple of years. Historically, listen, we're going to be relying right now on a 108-year-old man. Obviously, I'm being facetious. I love him, Silva, but he's 38 years and 9 months old. Listen, and I know we only have one game a week, plus you have the cup games, but you can't rely on a 38-year-old, no matter how professional he is looking after his body. He's got a body of, let's say, a 30-year-old, let's be honest. But Father Time catches up with you. And so what does that leave you? Benoit, you don't know. He could have complications in returning. We don't know yet. If Trevor Chalobah goes down, then what? Then what happens? It only needs for a week or two for him to sprain an ankle or whatever. I'm being realistic here. I'm not being pessimistic. I'm just being realistic. These things happen. Yes, you could have Chalobah and, let's say, Levi Colwell starts every game in every competition, not miss a minute. We could be that lucky. But how often does that transpire? That's all I'm trying to say. It's not like we have a history of staying healthy. Please
Very
correct
true.
me if I'm wrong. Our MO is shocking right now. The last year and a half, 2 years, it's quite concerning. That's my only caveat. I think.
Yeah.
Do you see my logic involved?
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you
yeah.
off. I apologize.
Yeah, it is, but it's centered on availability and injuries, right?
Yeah.
People's discussion on this matter is about Chalobah not being good, but he was always there.
Yeah,
He was-
exactly. I'm
he
not
was al-
bothered with that. I'm not bothered with that. I'm bothered that, God forbid, he could have a hamstring issue or roll an ankle. This is my only thing.
Yeah,
Do you understand? And listen, Thiago Silva, I mean, he just surprises me each and every year. I mean, but you can't rely on someone.
yeah. I
Do you
understand.
understand? And God forbid if Badiashile has complications returning. Go back a couple of days ago, and I was not concerned. In fact, even prior to selling Koulibaly, I was not concerned. I thought we were so deep in this position, especially with Ampadu even, and we've shot ourselves in the foot, perhaps.
Yeah, Ampadu should have stayed.
Yeah.
Probably
But
saw them before.
hindsight is-
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Hindsight is everything, isn't it? It's
Yeah, but his deal just went through yesterday. We could have pulled
yeah,
that
I
back.
know.
And ultimately, he would cover both for the centre backs and the DM
Exactly.
positions.
Yeah.
Maybe go ahead, Martin. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if Santos isn't ready or we are not able to get a suitable DM and all of that, we could still, he could come in, close down games, 80th minute, or just add an extra body, fill in here, fill in there.
It's
Even
very
on-
versatile.
Yeah, even at right back, if Reece is still having issues, we could plug him in multiple positions.
Right back, right centre back, centrally, defensive midfield, multiple positions.
Yeah, and his passing is actually good.
It's very good.
I know his playing or other abilities might not be as top as people would like, but his passing, him and Gilmore, their passing, Cobham really did well with that.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about
Thanks for mentioning
What's the
Gilmore,
keep we're
by the
talking
way.
about? His passing range is that he often keeps it on the carpet.
Yeah, he
no
does.
matter Hadley, he goes on the air, but nearly all the time he likes to keep it on the carpet, and
that's how most of our
something
players
people don't pay attention to. He's that good.
Yeah, and that's how most of all, the academy boys come out. So that's what I'm wondering, how did Gallagher just come out from that academy like that? Because Loftus-Cheek, his passing always on the carpet.
Yes.
Even Mace when he started, before he started doing the pinging.
Yeah, Loftus-Cheek also likes to keep it on the carpet too. Yeah.
Yeah,
he does.
even Odoi, when he started, his passing was so underrated on the carpet. And then we just have Gallagher, and I'm like, bro,
how is it different?
Yeah.
I think that he was derailed a
anomaly.
bit when he had, I think, a heart issue. I don't know, but I'm not going to get into that. 159 people watching, 75 likes, and not fair. Like the video, fun, and that's Director Gambies. I appreciate you saying that, brother. Welcome to the community. I think that's the first time I'm seeing you here. Feel at home, enjoy yourself, just keep it civil. That's all we ask of you. And we are at 153 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300 as soon as possible. Caicedo, what do you know that we do not know? You go ahead. Gazimbo says, Trevor is a titan. All he needs is consistency, consistent game time, and watch this guy grow into a monster. That being said, I do think we are a little light in the defensive area. Could use one more CB. That is just the truth. And the good thing is that Fabrizio Romano said we will explore the center back market and see what's available and decide what to do. And again, once you say he's a titan, brings to mind what we already talked about on the panel here. He has that Chelsea spirit. He has it, the fight, everything. But let's see. I think he stays. We've always known that he will stay. He hardly leaves on loan. In which attribute do you give a Chalobah a rating of 8-10? I'd say defensive attribute. He defends quite well. He defends quite well. A pace, a positioning, a strength, area, tackle, passing, goal threat. I'd say out of the attributes you mentioned there, not pace, positioning, maybe strength. This just aerially, I think he still lacks, but he can improve on that. But I'm not too sure. But overall, defensively, I'd give him 8-10, honestly. 8 out of 10. Did you know if Fofana was going to get injured? No. Here's the thing. I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to go as far back as telling you, before we signed him, we had, for days, the whole week, when the whole thing was going on, when Leicester was being a bit reluctant to sell him, they wanted to keep him. Brendan Rodgers saying he wasn't for sale. We were arguing that this guy is injury prone. We looked at his record. The injuries were chained even before he joined Leicester City. I get it. In the case where he broke his leg, that's not his fault. But other injuries were chained, one coming after just a few months after the other. He's a fine player, and there's a chance. The argument then from the likes of our brother Bobby was that he's still young and can overcome that. And Bobby was one of those that were saying, actually, pay the money and get him. And we were saying we should be cautious how much we're paying for him. Yeah, I get it. He may well overcome it, and again at some point in his career, but it's still a risk, no matter how you say it. So Coach, I'm not going to answer now. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I'm a little bit concerned of, unless he's improved. That this could be a big promotion for Malang Sarr, the French defender. But
but he's still injured, actually.
Yeah,
has he recovered?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Is he on the plane? I don't know.
Yeah, but go ahead.
This concerns me because if we have to rely on someone as Malang Sarr, I don't think he's good enough. But based on what I've seen of him thus far, don't get me wrong, he could be a completely transformed and improved player. But from what I saw, it wasn't last year, was it? It was the year before. I'm sorry, he wasn't impressive. He was. No, this concerns me. I'm sorry.
Like, I don't think they're considering him at all.
It doesn't sound like it because
is he on? Is he on the tour to America?
With regards to him coming back.
No.
But go ahead, Roger.
I don't know. Is he on the plane?
He's not even on the roster.
He's not.
Well, he is. He's on the He's on the 39-man roster on the webpage. I don't know whether he's
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, as a player, but he's not on the tour.
So I don't know whether he's on the tour or not.
And will never have been because he's shouldn't be because he's injured. He's still out injured. I'm not sure he's recovered.
Yeah, we took 29. I think he's not.
Okay,
he's not.
Just a little bit dubious. That's all.
All right, let's catch up and move on to the next item. People forget we can also have Reece James at right back, right centre back, with Melo as a right back. We definitely don't need to buy until January. I say at least show some confidence in Chalo and give him a run until January. There's a chance the club end up doing that because we don't have too many games. It's a cup games and maybe where Bashir Humphrey and all the young talents we have within our ranks you can say get some game time from there. Chalobah is a good CB, and that's Edward Francis. He is not the greatest, but he can walk us. So that's why we're not entertaining no talks with them. My United fans, keep your Keep your slap head, like somebody called him. Santos is better than Galaron. Wow. Let's see this people having a conversation there. And Fred Peter, I am following from Liberia. Nice to see you, my Liberian bro. I appreciate you joining on the show. Thank you so much. And it says 3331. Preston 4231 in attack. I think we've addressed that. And Anselmo, nice to see you. Thank you for joining. Is that Thies? I'm not sure how to pronounce your first name. Apologies if I butchered that. Let me see what else we have here. Chalobah is a good CB for fifth choice, but now he's a third choice. If Silva Colwell gets either of the two players gets injured, he is a starter. I think we need another typical or high upside CB signing for now and next year as well. Let's see what the club does. Malang Sarr is a free agent now, isn't he? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. What is the time of kickoff? 12:30 a.m. UK time, and that's from who? Babydon, nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Welcome to the community. Is Chelsea no longer interested in Turkey anymore? I think we are. We've been told that the bid is imminent. It hasn't happened, but we'll see. Could you please predict who all are going to be in the wall during free kicks? We have a short wall, and we blame Kepa. I think Silva and Colwell will have to stand as wall. Or be, you could say, in line there, or as then who will defend Haaland? We've been able to actually deal with Haaland effectively. Has he actually scored against us? He hasn't. But we get back to that. Stanley Nanumba Kachila, we need a physical strength, physical players to man Chelsea defense this season. Our defensive line was one of our biggest problems last season. You could argue that. Let's see what else we have here. I said it the last time that Chelsea should not sell Chalobah. We're not looking to sell him. I think everything we've seen are all rumors. Honestly, I like the owners are not backing. It's like, okay, you're saying it's like the owners are not backing Poch. That's just your opinion, but try and title to that. I think they're backing him. But it's going to be difficult for us to get our first choices because we don't have Champions League football and we don't pay that much in terms of our salary. If that makes sense. Let's see the next item we have lined up here. 162 likes. Let's get the likes up. And don't forget, we get through the items we have lined up here. The panelists don't all have to contribute to each item. It depends. So we'll try and get through them as soon as possible so that we can preview the match against Wrexham. Malang Sarr not in US squad. Yeah, we thank you for saying that, Mitchell Boy. And Sarr contract ends in 2025. So yeah, he's still a Chelsea player but injured. Yep. And we can't sell him now. I think they are selling him. You cannot sell an injured player. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We move to the next item. 163 likes. It looks like we're gonna get to 200 soon and shoot for 300. Saudi clubs keep pushing for Romelu Lukaku, working on a new proposal, but still waiting to see what's going on, what's going to happen with Juventus. He wants to continue in Europe as a priority. Here's the thing: he hasn't even gone to Juve already, and the Juventus fans are already protesting. They don't want him. So, which means if I were Lukaku, I'd just go to Saudi. I think he ends up going to Saudi, because he'd be crazy to move to Juventus when the fans are already protesting and asking their club not to sign him. Martin, what do you make of this situation? I think we need to talk about it. The woolly mammoth in the room.
Yeah, I think everyone's coming to the realization that Juventus might not actually sell Vlahovic. So they're trying to create this foundation for the Saudi move if it happens down the line and all of that. But yeah, about the protest, they were like, what, 20 of them? I don't think it was anything serious. Hell, they could all be Inter fans trying to spoil the move or whatever. But I don't think the club would take that seriously. If they
don't think Juve would take it, it would take it seriously that the fans are protesting. Even like you argued, there's a chance the fans in question are in Inter Milan fans and not Juventus fans.
Yeah, and you could walk into any any college and pay people £50 to go and protest in front of any place, and all the students who go, they will. In fact, they'll go for free
Yeah,
sometimes.
they're hungry.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't they?
so it's not big enough a protest or would have the impact they're looking for. However, however, the deal might rub Juventus the wrong way, one. And two, if they start the preseason and Vlahovic starts with Juventus and he's playing well, everyone be wondering, like, why would we sell him? It makes no sense to sell him. If you want to win the Serie A, you want to be back to the top, doing well, get back to Champions League, this and that, then just keep him. Really, like the 20 million extra you're looking to make from the Lukaku swap, I don't think it's worth it in that way. And both on the pitch and off the pitch as well. So that might just be the only thing. And if that happens, then he goes to Saudi. But he's put up the whole taunt of not wanting to go to Saudi, being this professional and all that. And now I think they're reaching out to Fabrizio to lay the groundwork for that move to Saudi. And I think he'd finally end up at Saudi in the end.
I'm sensing something. I think you are into. You can say you don't believe reports that easily.
Yeah, I did a lot of work as a market researcher.
Because you're sounding like you just made a theory out of the whole thing. That's a success.
Yeah,
But
I read between the lines a lot,
yeah,
and
I think I do behave like that too. I think for me, I think he ends up going to Saudi Arabia. But I appreciate it. That's the sort of people I like to work with. Actually, not to just see a report and say, okay, that's it, and not take the time to dissect and analyze and come to a sensible conclusion. So I appreciate you again. Let's see. Mitchell Boy says Sai is in the squad in the fifth stand, but not in the USA. But except if he's recovering. If he will recover just in time when while the transfer window is still open, then we'll be able to sell him. But it doesn't look like he's recovered right now because we're not hearing lots of we haven't heard of any interest from any potential buying club. If Chelsea can get Turkey and Caicedo, we are going to win the league. Mark my words. That's Abdullahi Jaffa. Okay, I like your confidence there. Low and Andre says Chelsea must buy one more CB Axel Desasi, Chelsea champions from Andre. Okay, Andre. Okay, fans of Chelsea. Okay, that's a bit hard to comprehend. Chelsea need more players overall. I get your argument there. Let's see anything else that I haven't addressed here. Good morning, honorable coach. Big up. Wow, that's okay. I'll take it anyway. But I appreciate you taking the time to say hello. See, I go more. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining us this morning. We are at 165 likes. Let's get it to 200 likes and shoot for 300 as soon as possible. Vlahovic will be sold by Juve as long as they get their money back. He's gonna again. He's gone. Hasn't worked out for them. Yeah, I agree with you. They're already okay. Cover him. So now they want Lukaku. But I don't know why Lukaku would take again a pay that's not going to come close to what the Saudis will pay him. But I'm not Lukaku. It's him. He knows what he wants. And let's see what else we have lined up here. We've dealt with this one. Roger, okay. William Marmouth. Roger hasn't spoken, so he has to. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. But Roger, you go ahead. What do you make of where we're at with this? Where do you think he ends up? Let's just ask that question.
Not really concerned as long as it's not with us.
You just want him gone.
Yeah, I do. I do. I think he can only be toxic to us, I believe, based on his personality, based on his history. Look at what the Inter fans are saying about him now. He's such a toxic person. He's highly divisive. I hope he just goes to Saudi Arabia. Just, I wish him luck. Get on with your career, and he needs to grow up.
Yeah, and his thing, it just occurred to me the other day when he was at Everton before he joined Man United. We actually wanted him, but he refused to come to us and went to United because had he pushed to join us instead, I'm quite sure we'll be able to pay off the fee that they were Everton asked at the point. But still, we went back to him. To me, that's where we made a mistake in the first place. But I really want us to move on from him. Let's see what else we have here. Anything new? People having a conversation. Mr. Polito Way, always nice to see you, brother. I appreciate you joining. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. We are again in a building mode for a while. The top 8 max this year, in my opinion, we need to score 60 goals for top 8. Not comparing rosters, but even with Kane. Tottenham average 70 goals with Poch. We have a lack of goals. I think maybe he'll help us sort out that. Honestly, Richard, you want to add to that, or then before I go to Martin?
And let me have a look. I apologize. I'm multitasking. What is this? Saudi clubs keep pushing for.
No, not that one. This one here, Mr. Polito said we're in a building mode for a while. We are in a building mode for a while. Top 8 max this year, in my opinion. We need to score up to 60 goals for top 8. Not comparing rosters, but even with Kane, Tottenham averaged 70 goals with Poch. We have a lack of goals. I think Poch will help us solve that. But your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, there's some validity to that statement. Excuse me, I apologize. Having said that, though, historically, the last few seasons, we have not had a history of our history has been that we are able to create charges. We just haven't been clinical. So this leads me to believe with people like Nkunku, Jackson, etc. That another concern that I would have to say is that the contribution is not from all over the pitch. It's like a lot of people will criticize Slabhead, they just do. But guess what? He scored. He gets.
Roger, Constantine is going to drag you to hell.
But have a look. But have a look at him.
You just go ahead. I'm not joining you two. Just go ahead.
But have a look at him though. If you look at actually how he does on corners, he tests the keeper at least. And traditionally, aerially speaking, we've been inept the last few seasons. It's like I love Silva. I love our centre backs, but they do not pose a threat aerially going forward from set pieces, whether that's by a corner or a free kick. We seldom ever score aerially. And then this is where hopefully that can change with coaching. I don't know, but it's not just from the forwards. The goals have to come from all over the pitch, midfield, from the wings, from obviously the middle, from midfield, with everyone with the exception of the goalkeeper. Everyone should be contributing, and that hasn't happened. We've actually been able to when you look at it, the XG, the chances created are quite good, to put it mildly. Just a lack of conversion, and the consistency with which we've been able to hit the post is stunning. It's shocking.
And given what you just said, just quickly, Roger, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah,
I'm not into us going for a single individual with the hopes of that single individual being the sole solution to us not putting away chances.
Exactly.
I think that was what led us to making that Lukaku mistake. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point, Coach. Listen, that especially if you're a forward and you can see that the rest of your team is not contributing, this puts extra pressure on you as a winger or as a number 9, whatever, a forward generally. If you see your midfield hardly ever contributes, or your back 4, what does this tell you? This tells you that, oh my God, the team relies on me. That puts extra pressure on you. And so, however, conversely speaking, if you are forward for a team and you see goals coming from all over the pitch, this puts far less pressure on you and you can succeed.
Yeah. Go ahead, Martin.
It has a knock-on effect, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree with you. Martin, do you have anything to add to this? Let's see if we can, again, address all the other items. 2 more items we have lined up, then finish with the lineup, and then come back with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items shared with us by AD Love for Blue. And I think DJ has shared 1. But go ahead, Martin, your opinion.
Yeah, people need to understand that the factors, are very different now. We've been playing in a back 3 for the last couple of years, and we've had a system that have lacked creativity from our fullbacks due to injury. and the players, that played within that system, the Pulisic, Kai Havertz, Mason Mount, they are no longer here. So people kind of need to not use that, and we didn't really have the system like that. Now it's going to be different. Now it's going to be a back four. There'll be more attackers on the field. They're going to form a system, patterns of play, and then we'll see how that works out in the Premier League. Putting a position or a set amount of goals or who's going to be scoring the goals, it's all speculative at this point. We don't know. We actually don't know.
We truly do not know. Yeah.
But what we know at the moment is that we have quality players that can, that can train well, take their chances, and would be in a better place. Sterling can score good goals. Nkunku can score good goals. Jackson can finish. I keep hearing this narrative about Jackson. The only thing he's good at is being clinical. He is clinical. Like he takes his chances, and that's why he got on our radar and everything. So
and the good thing is that he can do more than just put away chances. He can drop the participate in the play. He's a good dribbler. He can be explosive. He has pace also. But go ahead.
Exactly, and and the likes of the Madueke case and any other person we're going to sign, like it's a new system that's being created, and we have no idea what it's going to look like. Even in preseason, it could be all scattered with giving players chances to the Angelos and the Moreras to play. It might still be very different on the first day against Liverpool, and even that day might not be the actual system. But what we know is that we have the players to score and we have the system to go with that. And we just let Poch cook with the players. So a whole lot of assumptions from the past. Jorginho being our top goal scorer previously, this season was what Kai Havertz and Mount, 7 goals in 47 games. He had 1 assist. Do you know how hard it will be for a striker to have 1 assist in 47 games?
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, I think we're being careful with regards to the sort of, again, profile of strikers we're signing. We want strikers that can do more than just put away chances. You could say, had Lukaku been good enough to participate effectively when he doesn't score, I think the story, you could say, could have been different. That's just my opinion. This Chelsea team will show good football. They will have a few excellent games, but will struggle to win against top 4 teams. Okay, I'll highlight that. Smash the like button, people. 173 likes, just 27 more to get it to 200. Let's make that happen. See if we can get it to 300. Chalobah transfer is in the transfer list because he's not in Chelsea's long-term plan. Poch already said we need leaders and not followers. But Poch also did say he believes we can make leaders out of the players we have. It's up to them. If you paid attention to if you can watch the full interview, send him to Juventus. Okay, let's see. Poch wants to win, but the owner is not ready yet. They are still after long-term projects. That is just your opinion. You think they don't want to win? Okay, let's see what happens. Matson better than Chilwell, is better than Kukurea. Rain, always nice to see you, Rain. I hope you're doing well. Stay the course, bring in the first team like Caicedo, then worry about depth. I think, that's what the club is doing, and I think that happens. Matson, Hall are better than Chilwell and Kukurea. Is that what you're saying there? I hope I understand that. Big up, coach. Big up to you, to the Bridge FC. And then Odio, that's Liebenthong. Odio says, I just saw the news about Oba. He could have been better if he had got some more games. Okay. That's another argument. To big up to you too, Rito. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining, Rito. Stalin needs to wake up this season. Live show. Wow, that's more like a Rito. Live show. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for finding the time to join us today again. I think Stalin, I think he'd do well. Plus, he ended the season well, in my opinion. He does again. You could say he picked up form a bit. With Fofana's situation, do you think that we will sign another CB or keep Chalobah? Even if Chalobah stays, I think there's a chance we'll sign another CB. And that's according to Fabrizio Romano, we will explore the possibility of finding a good enough CB, something to that effect, he said. Sorry for cutting off, Kuchila. My battery on my phone went down. Thank you for having me on. No worries, brother. I can continue. It's your birthday week, like Roger said. I hope you continue enjoying yourself. We'll be watching the match later. Will be 3 a.m. in Romania. When the match comes on. Okay, I will try and join. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Phillips of Monaco will be better. Let's see on the watch along later. Okay, I hope to see you then. Up to Charles and peace, everyone. Thank you, DJ, for joining. Been a while. I heard Roger mention XG, not since Potter left. Yeah, that's the truth. People in the comments or those that are joining, please remember to like and subscribe to the channel. To one of the best Chelsea fan base channels in the community. Wow. I'm sure everybody on the panel will appreciate that, and I appreciate that, and everybody in the chat. Those that are part of the community, I'm sure they all will appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that, DJ. Who do you want to fill for final place, coach? I don't have anybody in mind, honestly. I have to be honest. I do not have anybody in mind. But let's see what the club does. I hope to see Chelsea play good football and making us proud in the coming season. Or this season, if you prefer. But let's see what happens. Yes, do take care, DJ. We hope to see you again whenever time allows. Let's see the next item we have lined up here. The club, we strongly believe, will find a solution, and we'll never hear about this guy again playing for Chelsea or being a Chelsea player. Here, Pochettino, sees the talent and wants to develop me. This is quoting Carney Chukwuemeka, wants to develop, which means he's had a conversation with him, I believe, whether that's in a month or 6 months, but I want to stay and prove to everyone what I can do. We will sit down and come together and decide what's best for me. I like the spirit here, honestly. He's not feeling like he's arrived. He knows quite well he still needs to prove himself to get a chance. You could say maybe to be a constant in the team or something like that. I don't know. Let me start with you, Roger. You have anything to say, or should we move on? Up to you.
That's encouraging. I think, how can you not see his potential? He's got bundles of it. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. He really does. He can only get better as long as he stays healthy. This is important criteria.
Yeah, he's a good player. Yes, and I think can get us 15 goals this season. Just quickly, if you don't mind, man. I think so. I think Poch's head is getting burned out because of a finance injury. We haven't signed Caicedo yet, and then a striker issue, and then this Fofana situation. I think he'll be fine. Trust me. Let's see. And Mihajo, we're gonna walk this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means, honestly. But go ahead, Martin. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, I was going to talk about Kane working on his physicality this period. We've been seeing some videos of him on lifts and all of that, and he looks a bit bulk up. And I think that would help him because he seemed a bit skinny last season for the league. So he's getting into his RLC build, and I think that will do wonders for him this season.
I think so too. Let's see what Roger, I don't know if you want to speak about that, or I think you have already. Haven't you?
Which one's this?
Carney Chukwuemeka.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, so let's get into the lineup. I'm going with 4-2-3-1. It's obvious people have talked about it quite a lot. Let's try. Yeah. Even before you can say the recent news or the recent report on the players training with that particular with the 4-2-3-1 structure, a lot of people suggested he will most likely. That's his most used formation at Tottenham, and he changed it up a bit at PSG. But people suspected he was going to come back to this, and it turns out that's the case. And I'm going to start. Let's talk about his comment, which to me translates to he's not here. He's not going to experiment again in the US tour. He will actually be playing players he wants to start games, because he said Chelsea every game is important. No game is a friendly. So what do you make of that report? It doesn't sound like he'll be experimenting too much.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think we need continuity. We've
Mhm.
seen how that has affected us, adversely speaking, the last year or so.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Martin. You have anything to say with regards to his comment that every game is important, no game is a friendly if you are Chelsea?
Yeah, and it's just the way you want to start as a new coach in a new system with new players and everything. You know, you just want the seriousness to begin from the first game and to be carried on to other games, to build that momentum, to build the confidence and just the aggressive nature of, you know, what's expected and what's needed to succeed in the Premier League. So I expect seriousness from the very beginning.
And you don't see him experimenting too much.
No, I think what he'll be is he'll try to play, you know, try to manage minutes and all of that. So
Mhm.
players that have just returned, the Levi Colwells and Enzos, you know, even Noni, they might not play as much, but it's less of not taking it that serious and more of managing their minutes and building that up.
Yeah, I'm gonna say between the sticks. Let's get into it. Let's try and again because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 other items, but this is you can say this is important because that's what we have in the title. We have that in the title, and we have to do it. I'm gonna say Kepa starts. We haven't signed a new goalkeeper, and I think he'd probably start Kepa. You can say the first choice right now. To be sure, maybe to find out whether we do really need to sign another goalkeeper or not. But that's just my opinion. If you're on the panel and you think otherwise, you think someone that starts other than Kepa, you go ahead. I'm waiting. Your opinion.
I think Kepa does that. And I've said this before. Chelsea wants Maignan. And unless he is open to that move, which I don't think he is at the moment, I don't think we're getting anybody else as good as a
You're
number
talking
one.
about Mayon, the
Yeah,
AC Milan goalkeeper, right?
yes. I think they went in for Nana, but Nana just, you know, he chose United privately and we just spinned it out that we didn't have the money and all that. But
Mhm.
I think any keeper we're going for would just be for number two. Would just, you know, be for number two. And I'm not
You
how will I
don't
put
think
it? I'm
we'll
not
go for a goalkeeper when if again that well you could say take become the first choice and Kepa drops to the bench.
no, because I don't see any first choice goalkeeper that is is marginally better than Kepa in that way. Like Kepa can get us, you know, a top four. Kepa can pull up some saves here and there. He's decent for a decent season. But if you're looking more than that, then you need someone better. People say Costa, people say the guy from Valencia or this and that. I don't think people actually watch these guys for a season. They haven't seen the mistakes. They haven't seen all the other things that you would buy now, and then you begin to get frustrated about. So it's not. It's the AC Milan keeper or nothing. I think.
I know Chelsea will go for a CB Wonder Kid, and during the last Man United game we played, including Fofana, we were beat. We were beaten 4 goals to 1. It worries you. Let's see what the club does. We don't really need a goalkeeper. We absolutely need a proper striker, and Vlahovic is that guy. That's the referee saying that. Get rid of Kepa. 4 years, and you're still talking about Kepa. He has every right to talk about Kepa, and you have every right to come in and say you don't think present it the way it doesn't come across to anybody as if you're dismissive. You don't think we should keep Kepa. That's your opinion. Roger, do you think Kepa or anybody else starts between the sticks or someone else starts between the sticks? Your thought.
I'll be shocked if anyone other than Kepa starts tonight.
Mm-hmm. So you think it's Kepa? Okay, just quickly, Roger. Big up, chat. Let's just see how things go without another CB before we start spending for Fana. Wouldn't be a first choice for me if he was fit. Wow, some argument. So Roger, the two CBs, who do you think starts?
Colwill and Chalobah, maybe Silva. I don't know.
Okay. You don't know. For me, I'd say probably because I don't know. I think we're not too sure of that one, but I think Silva starts because he
There's a
would.
strong There's a strong chance, but he probably won't finish the game.
Yeah, I think we'll have two
I think he
11s
starts.
for both halves, and I don't think Cole would need to play as much now because he just returned. So I
Yep,
think,
Cowell is one of the late returnees, right?
yeah, so it's probably going to be Thiago Silva and Chalobah,
So
or
Roger, does it make sense now?
the Humphreys, the Bashir Humphreys. He might even play Lewis Hall.
I think he's gonna go for again the starters right now. I don't think Bashir Humphrey gets a starting again, getting the chance to start. He may well come in later because usually you can play 2 11s, but I think
Yeah,
the strongest 11 starts the game, or he may well choose to start with the weaker 11 and then change it. But I don't think he want to risk losing a game.
that's true, but I think he's gonna just mix it up regardless. There'll be, first team starters on both 11s, and it's just whichever combination wins the game. Because I've been looking at the open trainings and all of that. We've seen, so many changes and adjustments and all of that. Although the combination they usually favors is the Jackson Sterling, like and Nkunku. If them three are on the same team, then that's the serious 11. But other than that, I think he's just gonna mix it up just to give everyone some minutes and make sure the fitness is
I think it's
a
gonna
good
be.
level.
I think it's gonna be. In my opinion, I think it's gonna be Silva and
Okay.
Chalobah to start.
Yeah.
And because again, Roger, you can agree he wouldn't want to risk losing this game. He wouldn't want to. So
When you
probably
say
start.
losing, you're talking about losing the match.
Yeah, losing the match. Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't go down too well.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to lose it. So I think he's go with the strongest 11. For me at this point, these are the two guys they've trained with him for the longest than the two than Colwell you mentioned. I think these two starts. And if he's followed Chelsea, I think they have a good chemistry between them. Actually, at time when they've started together, they've done well.
I look at it differently. I look at it as Silva starting on the right, and I think Colwell will start on the left. If Silva does play for anyone, this is just my opinion. He usually plays more on the right, and I think Silva would play ahead of Chalobah to start
and to build the chemistry between them.
Yeah, and Colwell will start on the left, I believe. But I could be wrong, but that's how I see it.
Here's why I suspect Silva start. He probably trusts him the most.
Yeah, of course.
And probably will be concerned in terms of the lack of experience if he plays a Chalobah. And they have experience, but not again. They will lack a bit of leadership in that back line if Silva isn't playing. And there's no Koulibaly that you can say will come in and be there. But that's just my opinion. But I understand. And let me quickly catch up, see anybody in the chat. This Kepa first choice with Bakaya on Poch. He needs to buy Kepa a ladder to each top corners. Here's the thing. If you're worried about Kepa, chances are we'll sign another goalkeeper. And I think we're going to sign another goalkeeper. And if that goalkeeper is better, so be it. But to me, Kepa is the least of my worries, really. I agree with Martin. Probably lots of changes during halftime. Yeah, but I think he would want to start. If we start winning and we're winning convincingly, then he may well bring in an entire 11. But from his words, I think he wouldn't want to risk losing any game. And especially being a former Tottenham coach, I don't think he would risk it. That's just my opinion. Is Chelsea handed a positive Moises Caicedo transfer boost yet? I'm not too sure. Kepa is not good enough. Since Bolly took over, the standards of this club has drastically changed from elite mentality to relegation and mid-table mindset. Wow. I think I'll remind you all of your negative comments you've made since, again, especially when Kepa comes into play. When we start discussing Kepa, Silva and Badashile, Levi Kowa rotation will be my choice for next season. We need a Silva as captain next season. I think he may most likely will become the new captain. So he should be playing more games. But he's not going to get to play too many. If Roman was still in charge, all this Kepa, Gallagher, Chalobah, and more would have left. Okay, can you move on now and talk about the lineup? I see Slonina to be the number one goalkeeper this season. Okay, that's Abdullahi Jaffa. Jaffa, if you prefer. But let's see what happens. Let's see. What else do we have here? Roger, the left back. This is not simple.
Well, As long as it's not Cucurella.
Okay.
I think it's going. I believe it's going to be probably Chilwell, or even Watson.
Yeah. Of all the left backs we have there, who's trained the longest on the Poch?
Who's to say? I would probably say Chilwell.
Under Pochettino, because what's his name? Cucurella didn't travel. I didn't go anywhere. I think he trained with them. He started with them. Maybe was it Matson?
Maybe Watson. Maybe
Matson joined late, right? Did he?
Yeah.
So
for
Matson,
the under 21s, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not sure he was part of the
No,
under
he
21.
wasn't. He wasn't part of them, but they came in later. I think Cucurella was among the first batch, and them making him do the press conference. Adding a little bit of Caicedo sweetener in there. It will also be nice for him to play tomorrow. And then like that. So I think Cucurella starts.
And for his club, you think Cucurella starts?
Yeah, I believe so. I think people seem to have
You're basing your
idea.
judgment because he was again he did the conference, right?
Yeah, just because you do a conference doesn't
it doesn't
automatically mean. But I know where you're going. It's an indicator usually, but it doesn't guarantee that you're going to start.
Let's ask those in the chat.
Yeah, we can put on the poll for that. Of course, people will choose their favorite players.
Let those in the chat start. For me, right back, most likely Gusto. Dempsey isn't there.
Yeah, he's the only one now.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna start another poll there. Let's see. We need just 18 more likes to get it to 200. Let's make it happen, people. Let me ask those in the chat. Left back, we have 3 names, but I know people in the chat. Even after you are not analyze the situation, they just go ahead. You can say, I think the judgment you can say usually influenced by their love for the academy products. You can see Ian Matson, probably they'll end up picking Matson. But let's see what they do.
And I think that comes from wanting to see what he can do and just excited. For a new player. I mean, we've seen Chilwell, we've seen Cucurella. They could go on an extra holiday, come back next week, and still start the season. Well, Martin is just the one with a little more excitement. On the open training, they played Martin as a left winger, I think. Yeah, so which is a bit odd, but if Poch is looking to push him up, yeah, I think left back may be already sealed up on that on him. Yeah.
The right hand side, I think we have a work cut out for us, given that Reece James he didn't travel. Chelsea will finish this season 10th position. Look at the depth of our teams. Start with City, Arsenal, Newcastle, and others for Chelsea. Even the first 11 is not complete, and we're building a team. Wow, a lot of negativity there. When does the game start? 12:30 a.m. UK time, and their name is Stan Broinget. Sorry if I butchered your name. Colwell, considered a wonder kid by many top clubs. Obviously not by all our supporters, are very highly regarded by people who have coached them. Here's the thing, I think our fans like him, but they have issues. They're not too sure whether he wants to come back or whether he wants to go to Liverpool or stay at Brighton. That's what you say majority of the fans have issues with, not with him as a player. They know he's good. The breach again, thank you for that. This here says Cucurella will surprise a lot of people. I think he's a fine player. Cucu left back. I think he will want to see what Matson has to offer. Okay, we'll see. He said I think he wants to start well. I think he will go with the names he trusts the more, which is the more experienced players. Then maybe subsequent games he will give Matson game time, but that's just my opinion. Chilwell, you think? Hello to you too, Asma. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for finding the time to join. I appreciate you. I want to see Ashley Cole at left back. Just go away. Exactly. I knew you'd come back with something. Let's see. We have too many left back, that's for sure. A friend of mine saw the training and said some of them even played left wing back. So let's see what the manager does. Cucu starts for me. Let's see anything else. Alba is gone. The Maya, nice to see you. So let's see the poll. Let me take a look at the poll. I think I'll give it a bit of time. So here's the thing. Let me start with you, Martin. The 266 here. During training, people's observation, people observed that it was Martin. Oh no, it was Caicedo and Andres
Santos.
Santos. And Santos played deeper while Caicedo had the independence to venture forward. Enzo joined late, so I don't
Yeah.
see him starting, but he'd be on the bench. If things aren't going well, I think he brings him on. What do you
Yes.
think?
Yes, and I think it's a whole lot of trust to to put on Santos, because from the training videos he was the one receiving the ball, the first phase from the keeper,
Mhm.
playing out from the back and all of that. And he did well. He looked really confident and assured on the ball, and that's good to see. So I think he definitely starts there. And
Mhm.
Casaday as well. I didn't realize how tall this guy is. He's like 6'7" or 6 or something. He is
Who?
tall.
Okay,
Casaday.
here's the thing. It's easy to say Casaday. Yeah, he's tall. He's a tall kid. Casaday and Andre Santos comes into mind. How about Chukwuemeka? Do you think he can play deep, as you could say, as the one with the free roll between the two sixers, the one with, you could say, with the independence to venture forward? I think he's not defensively. I don't think he do well, but offensively, he's excellent from what I've
Yeah,
seen. Do you
yeah.
think he gets a chance in the two sixes position?
Yeah, I think he's capable of that in possession, because we've seen him partner with Enzo at Old Trafford, and he had a decent game on the night. So I think he's assured on the ball and all of that. But I'm not sure about the link up. I'm not sure about his pass volume, how many passes he's willing, and how demanding of the ball he is in those positions, because you need to enjoy playing the ball, not just being good at it. You need to enjoy it, like
Yeah, if you don't enjoy what you're doing, you're not gonna be good at it.
exactly
Simple.
demanding
So
it from the
yeah,
fullbacks, beating press constantly, getting pressed by opponents, this and that. You need to be really good at it. And I don't think he's of that profile yet. I haven't seen that anyway. But when he can fit into that role, like just the way Loftus Cheek did, started a bit more advanced, but then
mhm.
eased back a bit. And he's capable of that. He's still young, so everything can be coached in.
Yeah. Just quickly, Chile will probably start a first half and Kukurea in the second half. I think either of the two starts first half and Kukurea in the second half, or you can say there's a chance we use the three of them. I don't know. It doesn't matter who starts for me, as long as we see an ounce of potch ball manifesting. I think I agree with you, Chimera. I see a lot of potential in Kuku. He will be better than this injury player. Actually, we have to focus Kuku and Melo Gusto, because these two, James and Chile, all the time are injured. It's concerning really. Kimso have seen that. I think he was one of the first that talked about it in the chat. Some players perform badly, and it's because of the whole team performed badly, but not Korea. Let's see, Santos and Gallagher, the two midfielders. Gallagher joined late, didn't he? He joined late. Actually a week or two. Is it a week late? He joined late, so I don't think he starts. That's just my opinion. Tonight, Hall and Santos will start up first half. I think because they are training so good with the team. Maybe because
Yeah.
today is that guy and deserves to be involved. Martin is really good. Let's see, because today only suited for that 10 role. Wow, I didn't know he's a 10. I actually don't know how he applies himself on the pitch to argue
It's box
what
to
position
box.
I think he suits in better. His box to box more of it, from what I've
Yeah.
heard or seen so far. But Roger, your thoughts? The 266.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not easy, right?
I'm gonna go with Santos and Enzo.
You think Enzo starts, even though he joined them in US? He hasn't trained since we were in England. He didn't train with them.
I don't know about his physical conditioning. I have no idea.
No, I'm saying my argument isn't about his fitness. I think he's been training. We've seen pictures of that.
Yeah,
But I'm saying, but
privately.
usually during preseason, players that joined late, they don't get a chance to start games. I think the two kids in question, and Connie Chukwuemeka, three of them, they've trained long enough with the team. They get a chance to start over Enzo, but Enzo will be on standby in case if things aren't going well. He'd bring him on. That's just my opinion. But go ahead
So
with
then,
what you're
if
saying.
it's not Santos, then who else? Maybe Gallagher. I don't know. Wow, that's three.
Gallagher joined late too.
Yeah,
So
but
then,
it's Gallagher.
who didn't join late then?
Who do
Please
we have
enlighten
in the
me.
lead? The two kids and Connie and Connie Chukwuemeka.
Exactly. It's just the
Yeah,
kids.
it's just the three kids.
And
You can
Lewis
say,
Hall. There's Lewis Hall.
yeah,
I like
We could
Hall.
do
and
that.
Hall is a midfielder too. But I saw something that probably they count him as a left back.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
left center back even.
yeah.
I think he trained in that position once, and that's why it's a bit weird with the Matson thing, because from what we've seen, he wasn't put in the left back position at all. And for these two sixes and all of that, I think we only have Santos and Casadei. Like, we could try Gallagher,
And
but
the two of them,
Gallagher is always
they were
fit.
the two we saw again in the training video.
Yes, yes.
So Roger, what do you think?
It's possible. I mean, if he's going to take these preseason games seriously, one would assume that he would, for the most part. I know this is the first game of the season. I would assume that he would want to play as many starters as possible, based on A, their availability, and B, their fitness levels.
Coach Gallagher been training hard off season. He doesn't stop. Yeah, I understand training hard and being fit is a different thing. But the manager has been working on, again, you can say training under the manager is a different thing altogether. We've seen that happen. Not once, not
Gallagher,
twice. I've seen that too many times. Once you arrive late, chances of you starting in the first preseason game is usually slim.
Yeah.
It's not. That doesn't mean
valid point.
Enzo's place. It doesn't mean Enzo's place is at risk. He keeps his place. We know that. But he's and during the training video we saw, we had the two kids, Casadei and what's his name again,
Santos.
Andreas Santos.
Yeah, but
So
like I said,
think
it's still
I think
Gallagher.
if Thiago Silva starts here, I think he wouldn't mind trying out the two young kids here. Then if things doesn't work out, he bring in Enzo immediately. But go ahead,
Yeah.
you were saying something, guys.
Yeah, I was saying like it's Gallagher. We know he's fit. I can't even remember him
But
being
that's a
injured.
different thing altogether. How long has he worked under the manager?
Yeah, there's an
Yeah.
argument for that,
hmm
but we don't have any other options.
Okay, you're saying if we're arguing that okay, he will start with the team that's going to help him win the game, which means the best player starts whether it doesn't matter how long they've trained under him.
Exactly. So it could be Santos and Gallagher, and then maybe you switch it for Enzo later or Casadei, but it would be weird to put the two kids together and then leave the other two midfielders, on the bench. So I think it might be a mix of
So let's see.
one.
Most definitely Santos. He's deep lying, and we've been looking for that. I think Santos
Yeah.
starts, and he's been in the team for a while. Where the question lies, who says and again, and we can. I don't know. It's not easy. It's not that
He might
simple,
want
really.
to start with Enzo to give the game a bit of balance and control and all of that. Given it's going to be like
Even
the
though
first
he only
match.
joined them in the US and has trained with them just once.
Yeah, but then it's a matter of if Enzo is fit, and we've seen his private Instagram and everything that he's been working out. He's been doing all sorts of fitness training and all of that. So his fitness is probably still okay. On the matter of if the manager hasn't trained with him, it's Enzo.
Yeah.
This is
He
the
may
most
be
progressive
the
passer.
exception to the rule.
Exactly.
So you
Like he
think it's going
literally,
to be Enzo here? And Enzo, I
Possibly.
think Enzo, correct me if I'm wrong, he's usually more comfortable on the left, isn't it?
yeah, but they
Doesn't
could
matter, really.
switch. Both of them could still
Yeah.
switch.
Okay, I agree.
Although there's an argument that if both of them are the only good players on the first phase, it would be wrong to start them together, because Enzo drops deep to take up the ball. Santos will probably be the one hanging about. And then in the second half, when you need to take maybe both of them off, who would be good at the first phase? Definitely not Gallagher. So are you going to trust that to Casadei?
Wow, it's really not that simple. So we're just gonna try
Exactly.
and get it done, and
For tactical
it's luck.
reasons, it would be
Yeah,
Enzo and Casadei.
yeah, let's say we're well into the season now. I think it'd be easier to predict who starts and who stays on the bench, but it's difficult now. I'm still arguing. But let me get what we have in the chat. I cannot wait to see them this morning. GMT +7. Okay, your time. I am watching the United match, and Mount is having a horrendous game. He's in trouble. Mount is in serious trouble. Let's see. Santos and Enzo is perfect mix. Okay. Who's Mount? I don't know either. Carney and Casade are responsible. You can say responsible enough for us. Mark and Noom, those are two good players. The time for the game is 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Yep, because it's 4:30 my time. Eastern time. You guys are 3 hours ahead. Yep, and hopefully, are you? Is that the way you be in the stadium for, bro? You let me know. Let's say, and he says again, no predicted lineup online. I think I've seen a few, but this is us. If you search, you'll see a few there. Matson at left back. This is preseason. Yeah, this is preseason, but did you listen to what Pochettino said? Every game is an important game, and he wouldn't want to start on it again. He would want to start with a win and not lose a game. Honestly, remember I told you that we needed to give players a chance to prove themselves. Yep, I get it. You can still do that if we start our best players and we start winning game. And as the game progresses, you see the game is done and dusted. You start bringing in some players. That this is preseason. We need to give our players a chance to prove themselves. Chelsea can play Casade and Santos, both Gallagher in behind the striker. Let's see how Gallagher run coming up when you've got Carney right in front of you. I don't think Gallagher should play as a 10. I think I'd rather see Carney Chukwuemeka there. You want to join White? Let me know. If you want to join the panel, you have to message me via Twitter, DM, and then we'll go from there. Sharing the link in the chat, it's a risk these days. It's not about who joined when it's about their physical condition. I'm basing my judgment on the managers. You can say tactical practice again, tactical drilling sessions and all that, where he has a way he wants the players to play, and that has nothing to do with your fitness, more importantly. So if you weren't part of the training sessions where they practice his preferred approach, I don't think he prioritized starting you. If you get my opinion, it's not about physical fitness. I get where you're coming from. His vacations are working out. Yeah, I get it. But that's a different thing altogether from the managers, the drills that the players have gone through, trying to learn how the manager wants them to play, apply themselves on the pitch. What is the time of the game again in the US time zone? EST is 7:30 p.m. PST is 4:30 p.m. When this game starting 12:30 a.m. UK time. Tanaka, Mutombo, nice to see you. Thank you for that. We will get killed with Santos and Enzo defensively. They don't work together. I agree with you. So maybe let's see what let's see what the manager does there. But we don't have too many, you can say, defensively solid options in terms of the 2-6s position. But I get your point. This Enzo deep thing need to die. We need this man up there feeding the strikers. Here's the thing: Enzo is not a 10. He's still going to operate from a deeper position, but he has to have the independence to venture forward. Enzo will be more effective operating from a different position, but that doesn't mean he should sit there and be the one protecting the defense, if you get my argument right there. Chelsea have agreed a deal in principle for Aubameyang to John Massey on a free transfer. I think we've addressed that, but thank you for bringing it up again. There are different rules for the friendlies. You can play 2 11s, except if that has changed. Mount has left. Okay, we should concentrate on Chelsea people. We shouldn't be talking about Mason Mount. I moved on just like this, but believe me, Chelsea fans, because they practically stalking him to see how well he does in game plays. It's as simple as that. But we'll come back to this. I'm going to look at the poll. I think think we know Matson will eventually end up being the one with the most votes there, 62 votes, and that's a good enough sample if you guys agree. So should I shut down the poll and pick Matson? We suspected they were going. Those in the chat were going to pick Matson. Should we? I think I should. Majority.
It's a fair shout.
Yeah.
Sorry, Roger. What did you say?
It's a fair shout for a first game.
Yeah, and 62 votes, that's a good
And
enough
it's very
sample size. What do
reasonable
you say?
if we're looking to keep or sell for him to play.
Mhm. It doesn't look like we want to sell him, but he said something that made me happy. He knows he has to work for it to get a chance to be part of the team. So yeah, I hope he stays. But staying, which means one of the left backs has to go. Senior left backs actually,
I think we'll
because
keep all three.
sorry, you think
I
we'll
th-
keep all three?
yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens. Good day, Blues, Suleiman, Jaita. Good day to you too. I appreciate you joining. Young Medical is currently scheduled for tomorrow, according to Nizak and Salah. Okay, that's fine. If you're in the chat, if you disagree with Santos and Enzo, you go ahead, state it there. We'd look at it and consider your argument. Can Gallagher play in a double pivot? I think I think Tucker tried him there. I think to me he gets confused. He'd do something positive in terms of breaking up opposition play and the amount of running he does, running after players, and you say unsettled and unsettling them, making sure they are unsettled to a good extent that would like you can say as the opposing team, as again, you can say to me, but still not his best position. I think he comes across to me as confused whenever he plays as one of the 2 6s there. He's better off on the flanks, which was he played for Crystal Palace on the flanks, and throughout the season that he was on loan there, he was brilliant for them and one of their best players, in my opinion. We have the best team this upcoming season with more trophies. Okay, let me just say amen to that. Peace and blessings, people. Meta Face Dom, nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Doom, big up, bro. Just saying hello to you. Somebody saying hello to you. I miss CT. He's out here whooping teams as 27-0. I have to say this again. Even though I think he's a good coach, I don't like him for doing that. I'd ask my team to stop, even at 6-0. Why would you beat the team 27-0? Hillary, Kikwemoy, Kiru, nice to see you. Will it be possible for Chelsea to sign Caicedo? Yeah, I think we will sign him. We're the only team, again, pushing to sign him. He wants to come to us and all that. If we sign Caicedo, that means we will sell Gallagher. Maybe we need more squad rotation. I don't think signing Caicedo means we'll sell Gallagher. But that's, by the way, Roger, the 10th position. Let's start with there. What do you think happens?
I think it's a safe assumption it's going to be Nkunku.
Yeah, because we don't have too many options there. If we had too many options, then you start considering who arrived late and all that. I get Nkunku arrived late, but I think he starts as a 10.
Yeah.
What do you think?
This has to be his position, second striker. It really does. He has to play that number 10 position. The cam, whatever you want to call it. You know, it has many different.
Yeah.
And just quickly, big up, coach. Big up to you, to Kishan. Martin, what do you think? Nkunku for 10?
Yes, and I think we need him playing with the people, with the players that he'll be playing most of the season with. So they build that chemistry, the understanding, they talk to one another, the patterns of play begins to build up now and starts up early. Yeah.
And more importantly, we don't have the luxury to do otherwise there.
Actually, although
the manager trusts Carney Chukwuemeka, because Carney, to me, the way he applies himself on the pitch, it looks like he can actually play the 10 role effectively.
Yeah, and another person for that area would also be Gallagher. I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt because I don't want to believe, he's not coachable in that way. I feel like Connor has an opportunity to change his season, his career, and everything. And Poch, being the good man manager as he is and being the coach that he is, would look to develop the technical aspects of his game, make him calm down a little bit, and be better at decision makings and all of that. So I'm hoping and I'm praying that he comes good this season, although most people wouldn't want to give him the opportunity. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. And if he takes that would be great.
I'm going to say this quickly. I don't think Gallagher should play in a 10. I think he's better off playing as in the right wing position. The best game he played for us since he returned from Crystal Palace was in this position and in the same structure. But that's just my opinion. I know Roger will still accuse me because I like the structure.
Yeah,
But
is that the
Roger,
Wolves game,
would
coach?
you, to be specific, the Wolves game.
Yeah,
But Roger,
nailed it.
for me, I wouldn't play Gallagher in a 10, honestly.
No, I get it.
I think,
I
yeah.
get
But
it.
go
Yeah.
ahead. Would you do that
And didn't he play a lot on the side also for Palace?
on the side, on the flanks, especially
Yeah.
specifically on the right hand side, and he was brilliant for them.
Yeah, he really was. He excelled there. But my cousin plays there also, and Madueke. So.
And that was in a 4-4-2 where, he would talk in and the fullbacks would whip in and all of that. But
A good old 4-4-2, yeah.
Yeah, rarely used these days.
Yeah, internationally, it's actually getting more use.
Yeah, because it starts the opponent who we don't expect it to go with it. Big up Michi. Will there be a watch along? I think there will be a watch along. Even if I wouldn't be available. I'll try to get one of my brothers to help us do that. Yahoo! We're at 200 likes. You people are absolute legends. I appreciate you all, and we're getting closer and closer to 14,000 subscribers right now. We're at 13,821 subscribers. That's not easy. I appreciate you all. Gallagher has the first touch of a 10-year-old. How is he supposed to play in a central attacking midfielder? I think he can improve. The Gallagher's biggest issue, I don't know if I should call it that exuberance. He's too much in a hurry to make decisions. I think once with time he'll become even more polished, and Poch is the perfect man to get him to start playing better. And Nkunku can also play as a false nine. Yep, we know that. He's versatile enough he can also play on the flanks. But yeah, thank you for saying that. What's your take on Ryan Cherki? I like him. I think he brings something different. And let me try and say your name. Thank God, Munani saying we appreciate you joining. I like Cherki. He brings something different. I know a lot of people don't, but I like him. Gallagher
I like
did
him
well.
also.
Yeah, I like him. Gallagher did well for Crystal Palace because they played a 4-3-3 with a 4-2-3-1. Gallagher will struggle to get into the first team. But if you play him on the flanks, like in the right wing position,
I thought they used the 4-4-2 or 4-4-2 often also.
I don't remember the structure Vieira used there mainly, but he was on the flanks, no matter. Whatever structure he played. He's always seen on the flanks there. Getting to the first team, that's why Poch must try different systems. It's up to him. Who is playing on number 9? We'll get that in a bit. Tanaka, Mutombo, don't be in a rush. We'll get that in a bit. Titi got us to 6 finals. He wasn't the one that destroyed Chelsea. Nobody is arguing that. A lot of people here wouldn't like it, but Gallagher is high on Poch's list. I'm not one of those. Roger, we've always known he's the sort of player, given his energy, his industry. If anything, he'd help him become better over time. And there's a good player in him. I'm sure, Roger, you've heard me argue that 1,000 times. There's a good player in him. I just don't want to see him play as one of the 2-6s or play deep. I want him on the flanks.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
And I think Poch would do him good. And the kid is smart enough. He said he wants to play under Poch. He's heard how good he is with you could say coaching young players. Bye Alba Namaya. Hi coach, and that's Devik Kibore says is Chilwell and Jameson fit to start today. They are fit to start. But we had to use the poll because it was difficult for us to conclude who would think would start. We analyze it to a certain extent. But no matter what happens, I think we'll start with a strong 11. Let's just put it that way. Do you see Chelsea going for Ryan Cherki? Rumors are that a bid is imminent. How soon? I honestly do not know. I'm just going to leave it at that. You say my LI guys don't believe Colwell will start. But let's see what happens. I hope Maguire do not come to Chelsea. He's not going to come. Be rest assured, the slabhead Roger called him, not me, Roger and Constantine Dante. He's not going to come. Who's left to be sold? Ziyech, Lukaku,
Emmerich,
Callum Hudson-Odoi, Aubameyang. Nobody else comes to mind. Gallagher is a pressing machine. If he can win the ball high up the pitch consistently, we will see a lot of him. Yeah, and the rest assured, Poch will like him. And the kid, he's very fit. He takes good care of himself, actually. Doom, we asked to do one by subscribers, and panelists are coming on. Wife saying at her mom's, so I don't keep her awake. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Let people sleep, please. I'm lucky to have a separate, and you can say my office is isolated, but at a place where somehow I use some to make sure whatever I say isn't getting to them that loud. It does, but they've gotten used to it. But I understand what you're saying, that you don't want to wake people up. Let's see what else we have here. Poch cannot scrap the winning formula to accommodate for the struggling players. It's a cutthroat sport. That okay, that one's that they don't fit. We get cut loose. Okay. It kicks the wife out of the watching longer respect. Okay, let's move on from the wife argument there. Please keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all. 204 likes, that's not easy. Let's see what else we have here. I would be watching anyway. Yep. You can say as much as happy wife. I believe in happy wife, happy life. It's the other way around too. Happy husband, happy life too. What is the time of the match? Okay, I'm seeing Danchiki. I'm seeing Hat. Since like that's West African brothers right there. 12 a.m. your time, 12:30 a.m. your time. Gary Milburn says breaking news. It is understood. A stand-by-stand rebuild of Stamford Bridge is seen as the least attractive option. It is felt it would take too long and not being a world-class stadium. Wow. Okay. The favored option for supporters would be to demolish Stamford Bridge and rebuild in SW6. Let's see what happens there, Coach. We have sold Alba. Yep, we've seen that, but you joined late, so you didn't know. Robert Banda says, I hope this is the best time to try out Brazilian young boys. I think they get a chance. Abdul Yumusa says, up Charles, I hope you guys would bounce back, make us happy. I hope they do. I appreciate you saying that. And thank God, Nwinani saying I hope I said your name correctly. Please do let me know in the chat. I would love to see him play Sterling behind Mommy up and bring NJ later Nicolas Jackson on and a swap of either of the wingers for Sterling. Okay, let's see what he does. Morella on the right hand side and Mudryk on the left. Wow. I was going to ask you this, Martin. Do you think Morella stays? Do you think he goes out on loan?
I think
this looks like it's good. It looks like there's a good player in him.
Yeah, it's a complicated one. I also watched the training. He has some shots and he looks direct. He's an interesting one.
And how many wingers are we losing? We're losing Ziyech, Christian Pulisic.
Yeah.
But you could argue because you could say Jackson can also operate as a winger given the way he applies himself on the pitch.
No.
And Nkunku the same.
People are making that excuse to
so
create
maybe he has a chance.
Yeah, Jackson will not play on the wings. He has never played on the wings.
Maybe Morella has a chance.
Yes,
because he's a winger traditionally.
So right now he's the only one behind Madueke, between him and Angelo. So unless we're getting a player who's more of a hybrid, and this is why the Shaki signing is important, because he can fit in both in the center and on the wings, competing with Madueke. So it's all about the balance. But I think he'll be assessed during this preseason. If he comes out and shows good intensity, shows good work rate and productivity, then he might stay, but he's staying to be like a third option on both flanks. He's staying to be like a third option on both flanks. But if not, then it'll be better for us to send him out on loan for a year, get him back better, and then kick on from there. But he looks serious. He looks very serious. I watched him in training.
Yeah, I think I like such kids. He refused to sign a new contract at I think FC Porto, right?
Benfica.
Was it Benfica? Yeah. And that's because he maybe he didn't see a pathway to the first team, so he wanted to leave.
Yeah, and they also refused playing him for a good amount of time. He was the number 7 for the Portuguese on this team, but after that, I think there was some issues with that too. I don't know how Benfica got that mixed up, but he's had a whole lot of backlash for this move. He ran down his contract and left for free. So this could have been their 40, 50, 60 million pound strike and winger down the road. But this is how
So
it's
he's
played.
that. So you think he's that good?
I I wouldn't want to put too much on it, but he looks one he mentally
Who are you referring to?
and physically.
Morella,
Oh,
Diego
really?
Morella,
Moreira R, yeah. So he looks he looks
the
he
kid who
looks
signed
very,
from Benfica
Yeah.
a
On
few
a
years ago.
free,
Go
right?
ahead.
Yeah.
yeah. So his mentality and playing
Yeah, for free. Yeah.
style. Yeah, and playing style, those that comes in good already. So now is to see how he fits into, a first team, how he fits into matches and see, how that can apply, in our regards. Same way we looked at Madueke back in January, and I remember typing a comment about him being one of the best dribblers, and we saw that, but then we now realized there was an end product that needs to be worked on. So right now, I'm not sure on which way Morera swings.
We're
If
not
it's on
looking.
the
We're not looking at wingers. So that makes me believe he may well stay.
Yeah, but we're not looking at anyone until the Caicedo deal is done. So it's a tricky one. And Angelo is also, it could also be a right winger. The guy from Brazil,
And he's training with a squad right now,
he's got over
right?
200, yeah, 260 something take ons in the last 2 years. He dribbles for fun. I've seen it.
So
So
clearly more experienced of the two.
yeah, on the senior level. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's been playing with adults and getting kicked left, right, and center. So but it's a tricky one because we also don't know what to expect from him. Would he also be going on loan, or would he be staying? But
Mhm.
ultimately, they are both 18-year-olds, maybe 19, and whichever way we swing with it, we just have to make the best decisions for Chelsea. So if they're not ready, to chip in the odd 5 goals or 8 assists, and and feeling in case the starter gets injured, if they're not ready for that, then they can go on a loan. We get people like
Mm.
Sherky who have a bit more end product to them, and then or we go into the market for someone else. Like it's really hard to pinpoint Chelsea's strategy now because the Caicedo deal hasn't been done, because we also
Yeah.
need more midfielders, but we're not discussing with any more midfielders. So we could all go, check the list and just go with the first name, or it could take some time. But
Yeah, I do agree with you. It's a complicated one. I see if Roger has anything to add to that. We are going to win. I hope we do. And Meta First Doom, not First Doom. Actually says I want it to be done. Stand by stand. But the owners will knock down Stamford Bridge. They know what they want to do. Existing mount. Okay, and I see. What else do we have here? Give me a few seconds, Roger. I'll come back to you. But why can't we going for Romeo Lavia? We've heard that we're still interested in signing him. So don't worry too much. If we want him, I think we'll get him. Caicedo, because like Brighton is not selling to us yet. Time is catching up. They're two different profile of players. Lavia is more of a creator for me than he is a player, like a deep line player. That's just my opinion. Good luck convincing the Chelsea pitch owners. Yeah, but maybe they've come to an agreement. Let's see what happens. We don't have backup right wing, so maybe he stays. And we don't, here you're an OG here, so you should know we don't use the term backup. We'd rather competition or enough numbers there. Oh, my bad, I forgot Angela too. Yeah, okay. I think Mariela is right wing too. Yep, yeah, he plays on the right. I heard Mariela is a pressing machine. So 3x dope, that tells you Pochettino will most likely like him. Now, in my opinion, Morilla isn't ready. Is anybody ever ready for you, Chelsea, all the way? But I get it. You have that, what you'd call elite mentality. You want the best for Chelsea. But yeah, your opinion. What is going on with Moises Caicedo? I think we get that deal over the line. When, I do not know. Everything is pretty much a guess right now until the sales are complete. Ocho, Lukaku, and Ziyech are still to go. Yep. I agree with you. I don't want to see Gallagher at Chelsea squad. Gallagher stays, whether you like it or not. To be honest, I think Marilla is more comfortable and traditional than Madueke on that wing. Wow, some argument right there. Big up Kuchula, I'm back. I see you have to warming the bench already. But my guess is that everyone will play 11 subs, but our argument is this: he'd like to start with the strongest 11, and then
Yeah, and get that first win.
yeah, and then if we're winning the game and it's clear to him, if it becomes clear to him that it's done and dusted, then he can bring in another 11. But he would want to get that first win, like Martin O says here. I just said right now. Richard, you want anything to add with the Morella talk before we move on?
No, we can move on. I mean, it's interesting.
Interesting one, indeed, yeah. Because we're not hearing like we want to send him out on loan or anybody's interested in all that.
Well, as I said, we're going to have a couple of disappointments under Pochettino, meaning that there's going to be players with which Pochettino and his training staff don't believe fit into their system, etc., for whatever reason. And there's going to be a few surprises, players that we did not see. Yeah, exactly. And this Moreo guy, this chap, he could be very much one of those surprises.
Let me show you in public a bit. It's not Moreira, it's Morella.
No, it's his name is spelled Moreira, Moreira.
Shouldn't be pronounced Morella.
No, that's not. Well, it's.
So
Spanish.
I didn't get you.
It's
so
Spanish.
I didn't get you.
No, not at
so
all.
I did not get you, right?
No,
Go
gracias.
Go ahead, Roger.
Oh, it's going to be a long day. No,
yeah, it will be.
Listen, I expect one or two surprises. Like a Matson, for instance, perhaps surpassing Cucurella or anybody. We don't know yet. Then there's going to be a few disappointments. Players that we expected to start and be successful may not actually come to fruition for them. So who's to say? And this is what usually happens after each, shall I say, administration succeeds another. So this chap may very well be a pleasant surprise for us. And if so, good luck to him.
Yeah. It's a bit like a Martinelli signing.
Yes, exactly.
You're not sure, but they have the quality.
Yeah. And shame on you, Glenn. You don't know anything. Meanwhile, I'm googling Moreira. Just as Roger says, it's pronounced Moreira, right? I'm googling Moreira because I am clueless, shameless. Shame on you. But yes, it's good for Chelsea. Your opinion, and Jeffrey Morgan. Chelsea, I appreciate you joining, Jeffrey Morgan. So let's see, Roger. Let's plug in the easiest here. Jackson, right?
Yeah, I believe that's a safe assumption.
Okay. Left wing. We have how many options do we have for the left wing? We have Raheem Sterling. Raheem Sterling can also play on the right. In fact, under Potter, he actually did better on the right than he did on the left. But let's say left wing. Do you think who starts? I know both will get a chance. I know Raheem Sterling will play, and I know Modric will play. But who do you think? Do you think? I think the issue will be if we don't have enough experience. There's a chance he finds a way to accommodate Sterling to have enough experience there. But Nkunku is enough experience. I know he's so young, but he's played too many games that he has enough experience. But maybe more experience in Sterling makes a difference. But your thoughts?
Well, I would personally like to see Modric play on the left. I really would. I want to see more of him. I know he's raw though, and I'm going to say something based on what I've seen of him thus far, okay, which is a small sampling size for the most part. He's been very raw, very rough around the edges. And listen, he cost what, 88 million, whatever it was? He was a lot of golf balls. And if I have to predict that one player will be a flop for us, I fear it could be him. I fear it really could. I see Madueke far more polished, far more accomplished, far more ambidextrous. But I'm hoping that Poch and his coaching staff can bring out the best of him. Fundamentally,
I think because I knew him before he joined Chelsea, I'd say I don't think it'd be a flop at Chelsea, especially under Pochettino.
I'm not saying he's going
That's
to be,
his
but I
way.
fear
But just go
that.
ahead.
I
No,
fear
I understand.
that.
I understand, and it's a legitimate fear given how his Chelsea career has gone so far. But I think it's a good player in him. Pochettino recognizes that and recognizes he has all that things he has to deal with. But I think he'll come good. But go ahead with what you were saying, Roger.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, he's got something that you can't coach, and that's speed, pure speed, by the way.
He's skillful too, and he's got a good first touch. I get it. He's made some mistakes, and people jump into conclusions. But go ahead.
I wouldn't say he's got a good touch. I'd say it's inconsistent. However, his passing has a lot to be desired for. He either way over hits his passes or way under hits them. He lacks consistency, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he's so fast. He needs to learn how to control his body at a high speed and maybe slow down, know when to slow down and execute. So I think his speed is a huge positive for him, but it also can be somewhat, it can be a negative for him at an occasion. I think that's what we see with his passing. If you look at historically a lot of his plays, he looks like he's never even hit a ball before sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I think he's got tremendous potential, great upside, but sometimes he looks like fundamentally he's not sound at all. I mean, he makes Gallagher look.
I think he'll come good, but you have a legit argument there. But I think he will come good.
As I said, he makes Gallagher look technically sound sometimes. So
no, but on that regard, it's the whole thing of
not nice, really.
But it's the truth, though. Listen, if we can say the same, if we can say the same about Gallagher, we can say the same about him. He's rough around the edges. However, he's got a ceiling, a high ceiling, with regards to potential. So,
they all do. They all do.
Yeah, a lot of them do. So I believe I would want to see him play more. I want to see him more experienced, and especially for games that don't matter. The more time he gets, the more polished he will become. So I'd like to see him start for that very reason alone, if you understand my logic.
Yeah. And I think another difference is that
Martin, go ahead. It looks like you wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, we've seen Modric perform technically and perform to a high standard. We've seen him do that at Shakhtar.
It's been warm.
And it's possible.
Warm,
so it's a situation of him just calming down. And what you spoke about is like him thinking of his next move before doing the actual move. He's thinking of 2 steps, but you're just receiving the ball, like calm down, and then you move from there. So it's something that can be coached. He's mentally there, and I think that's the difference between players that have flopped and players that would end up still coming good. Is if mentally they still want to work hard, they still want to put in the effort.
It makes a difference.
It makes a difference. They're still taking risk. I watched them even at the end of the season when all he needed to do was to convert the goal against United, and all those discussion would be over. So it's something that would come with the GA, but on its own, he's got the mental side of it, and which is reassuring, because you wouldn't want him putting his head down and doubting his abilities and all of that. But once he's still ready to go on, once he's ready to take risk, take defenders on and do his thing, the goals will come, the assists will come, the play would come. And we know there's history of him being that good. There's history of him performing, at the Bernabeu. There's history of him performing in places. And that's where the conversation is different from Gallagher's, because we know Gallagher technically hasn't always been like that. So it's walking around there. So that's just a little, caveat to that. But I think he'll come good.
And something you say that's important is his mentality. Always working hard. I think he will go a long way. But again, Roger has a legitimate concern given how
that speed.
His Chelsea career so far has panned out.
The speed will always be a plus in the Premier League. Always. That speed, the level of speed that he could just...
It's a plus.
No, it wasn't for Werner, though.
Yeah, but Werner missed chances.
Werner, he has more to his game than Werner. He's a far more better dribbler than Werner.
And Werner's gameplay wasn't bad.
Werner one-on-one an opposition player will ask the opposition player, please just take the ball and leave me alone.
No, I'm saying though, that I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying, don't forget, Chelsea, for the most part, the vast majority of games we play are because a lot of teams play with a low block, it negates our speed unless we are on defense and we're on the break. That's very seldom. That's all I'm trying to say. This isn't the Bundesliga where it's open. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
it
his
does.
speed will be
in so many
negated
ways.
by his speed will be negated by the fact that we will experience a lot of low blocks and we will have 60-70% possession.
Yeah, but now we're seeing teams pushing for a high line, even smaller teams.
Yeah,
So-
but still, if you look at the last 2 years, for the most
You're
part,
right. You're
We
right.
struggle
makes
against
sense.
low block teams, and that's one
You're
of the
right.
reasons why I want us to sign Turkey. He brings
And
something
again,
different to the
exactly.
table. And Roger, another thing is this. I think Modric, if you know him quite, if you followed him for a while, he's good at very good, really good at quick 1-2s. It doesn't matter how deep the opposition did. On this day, he will help us do well. But let's move on beyond that. We have to finish this lineup and catch our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. Please, we don't have Maguire and Lukaku. We don't have, okay, and that would have given a pretext for fun. However, Poch must control the teenagers, the youth, and check their shopping bags. No many USA too. Just go away. I'm not reading that. Jesse, did you know Pulisic's favorite rapper is 2 Chainz? You see where this guy is going to that. Look, Glenn, you keep trying. I'm gonna go to heaven. You can't even get me to go to hellfire. Not me. I recollect the Ted Lasso episode where he trained players together in order to teach them total football. It's an American thing. In my face, really. But that's okay. Modric says, Gum, again, Tony Tiger, can we attach Lukaku's chain to a Range Rover? No, please, it's becoming too graphic, please. Roger is hitting the nail right on the head. Modric seems so scrappy. Yeah, I agree at Chelsea because probably was doing too much to impress, and we didn't handle his start to life at Chelsea quite well. Also, he's one of those players you could argue that we should attach Lukaku's chain to Maguire. And oh my God, I'm not reading that again. Let's see what else do we have here. In order to be sure that Maguire is not coming to CFC, he must be chained with Lukaku. Let them drag each other to whatever they go. I think Modric was just not too happy in his first season at Chelsea. That Santiago Munoz' expectations and insults for playing badly affected him. He's a kid, and those things can affect kids, but I think he'd do well. Do we have any solid backup for either Enzo and Caicedo? We don't use the term backup yet. Competition maybe.
Rotational.
None yet. I would say none yet. We don't have a competition for both yet. That's just my opinion. Modric played like he has a whole country on his back. Just needs to calm down. I think that changes. Just take the ball and leave me alone. Yeah, that's Timo's 1-10. Playing a hot potato with it. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Much love to you, Constantine Dante. Always nice to see you, brother. See you tomorrow for another show. Let's see. Modric during the watch along show. Modric should get better at making runs behind defenders. Son does it all the time, and he's actually quicker than Son. If he adds that to his game, he'd be very crucial. And if anybody can make Modric better, it's Pochettino. Let's see what else we have here. Anything else? I heard a story that De Zerbi turned him into Modric. Yep, into an extraordinary player. And that was Shakhtar Donetsk. When he felt at his lowest point, when he was always on loan to small clubs. Yep, he turned him into who he is today. That's the truth.
Can I add
I
something?
prefer Modric left wing and Nkunku AM and Modric right wing, installing for a start. Okay, let's see. Enzo will be great this season. He just needs someone to help in the midfield area. I agree with you. Tazinwa Nyanshiga, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Santos is more than a solid backup. Okay, they're still using the term backup here. We should be serious. We should seriously give this boy a run. I think he gets a chance. Thomas Bates, Modric's first touch is his main problem. I don't know how well that can be taught. I think he has a good touch. He just struggles, wasn't that confident at the time. De Zerbi trusts Modric and says he will be a star player in the future, not just him. Therefore, he is motivated and always answers De Zerbi's fate in Shakhtar by playing brilliantly. Yep. Kuchila, here's a hypothetical. Okay, here's a hypothetical but interesting question for the panel. Would you swap Mudrik with Caicedo from Brighton? I'm not answering that. I will not. But the simple answer is you can say because we have someone else who can play in that position. No, just leave me alone, Jesse. Just go away. Hey, Roger, would you do that?
What's that?
Swap Mudrik for Caicedo.
Swap Modric for Caicedo.
That because he started working on that Deservi again, and we will regret it. Deservi was the guy he worked on that Shakhtar Donetsk and was one of the best young talents in the world at the time. But go ahead.
Well, technically, we need Caicedo more than we need Modric, but no, of course not.
I would not for that reason, because he gets to play on that as the Deservi again. Would you swap? Would you do that swap deal, Martin? Okay,
No.
well, I'm going to keep reading. It looks like Martin. No, okay, he says no. He's at work. For different again. For what would you mind saying why?
Yeah,
I hope you
because
don't
I
mind
feel
saying
like
why.
yeah, I feel like the whole idea of swap deals, unless the players, actually want it on both sides, I don't think I feel like there's something wrong about it because Modric, he's here, he's playing for us, he's excited, he's young. They are, the sky's the limit. We need Caicedo, yes, but different positions, and we can just pay for Caicedo. We have the money to do that. So I wouldn't swap most of our players for anyone. If we can either sign the person, yes. If not, then we just get an alternative.
Yeah, I wouldn't swap them. Plus, he gets to play under the Deservi again and start firing and also
Yeah,
and then we'll
our
regret it.
futures can be
But
different.
Pochettino
Caicedo could
will
be
find
injury
in
prone.
Mudrik. Sorry?
Caicedo could come in and be injury prone or do a Lukaku or
Yeah.
like so many other things can still go wrong still.
Yep, I agree with you. Pochettino will fine tune Mudrik. Look at Son at Sports. You could argue that KDB, Peter Pan, and no way we can swap Mudrik for Caicedo. I'm not going to do that either. I just said that myself. And let's see what else we have here. Why is Nani not up as a player number 9? We'll still think about it. There are options there, and that doesn't mean whoever starts today is the person that will be starting. You could say games, subsequent games, or throughout the season. Yellow card for Coach for dodging that question. Yeah, I'll take it. Swap Silva with Levi as well. Preseason. Let's see. These guys don't have a clue. Here's the thing. The argument why Silva is starting because we have a debate. Mauricio Pochettino would want to win this game and wouldn't want to risk too much. Without Silva on the pitch, there aren't too many leaders here. So that's just our opinion. But let's see what happens. Put Levi Colwell in the left center back. And here's the thing: this doesn't mean that Levi Colwell will not start. It may be a case of him playing 1-11 in the first half and a different 11 in the second half, if that makes sense. I can swap Lukaku with PS5 in exchange for Caicedo. Wow, seriously, Levi on the left hand side. But let's see what else we have here. What if we use Colwell? In left center back, Silva Chalobah in right center back, Chile Kuku in left back. Okay, your opinion there, Starling for number 9. I would not do that. Let's see, left back. Let's see what else do we have here. And this is putting Gallagher on number 9. Yeah. Maybe Gallagher, but we have how many options there? Martin, let's talk about it. We have Gallagher who can play in this number 9 here. We have Diego Morata and we have Angelo Gabriel, right? Any more names? Starling can also play on the right. So who do you think starts there?
I think, based on what we are saying, that Poch would like to start with his strongest 11, and I think Sterling's been training for the longest, and he'll be ready to make an impact. So I think Sterling can start on the right. Noni just came back from the under 21s with Levi, and Morera, maybe not. Angelo, he's just met up with the team for the first time 2 days ago, so if Modric is going to be on the left, I think it's going to be Sterling on the right, most definitely. Gallagher, I don't think he'll play on the wings. With the way Poch usually likes his wingers, although you could say you could play an Nkunku there and play Gallagher in the middle, but I don't think Gallagher has the facilities to play on the wings for a Poch system.
Yeah, I think I had just four options. Do I have up to five options? Angelo, I don't think Angelo starts. Even if he
Yeah,
ends up staying with the squad, I don't think he starts. But let's see. Let's see what else we have here. Again, let's see. A club like Chelsea only Lucas Levi only swaps of players. Then they don't really need really. In this case, Chelsea needs a Mudryk. So the answer is capital no. I wouldn't do that myself. It's just my opinion. Love, guys. Great show. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I keep the blue flag flying high. 1905. New to this. Do you think Santos will stay or go out alone? I want a Potter to give him a chance. Here's the thing: we have two. You were looking at three. Let's talk about all the kids. And that involves Carney Chukwuemeka, Andrea Santos, and there's one more. Who again am I missing? Cesare Casade. The three of them, they have a
yesterday.
chance. I don't see four of them going out on loan. I think two of them maybe will end up staying, but at least one of them stays. Who amongst them? I don't know. Cesare Casade is good. Santos has proven he's actually mature beyond his age. Both of them, him and Casade also. Chukwuemeka is not a deep line player, in my opinion. More of an 8 or a 10 than he is a deep line playmaker. Casade for me more like a box to box midfielder. You can say, but you can get Santos to start playing. You can say playing as one of the two sixes and charge him to be more disciplined. Pay attention again to ensure that the defensive line is well protected. But that's just my opinion. With time, we'll find out. And there's no telling who
Yeah,
stays and who leaves at this point. Anybody want to add to that in the chat
and it
on the panel?
depends. It depends on the new signings as well. So a player like Sharky would come in to, make it a bit more difficult for Carney. So if a good loan comes in, maybe from a West Brom or a Southampton, we would consider that. If a center
Mhm.
midfielder comes in or a DM, then that would affect Santos. Then if it's a box to box midfielder,
Mhm.
it will affect Casade. So it all depends on who we go after Caicedo, and then you take it from there. But as it looks right now, Santos looks to stay, and Kane, given he was with the first team and didn't get the chance, the idea would be to give him the opportunity now this season. So Cassidy looks more likely to go out on loan, and he seems to have the highest amount of stocks right now, with his performances and goals and just his physique. Really, he is huge. He is taller than Chaloba. He's taller than Levi Cole.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
Premier League teams will look at that and they will want a little bit of that. So he looks more likely to go out on loan out of the three.
Yeah. Okay. Let me twist that question. Who would you be willing to swap for Casado? Let me make it difficult for you to dodge. With naming Lukaku, would you swap Casado for Starling? What? Um, I would do that for Starling, but it's difficult also because we lack experience in that area. But thank you for that question. Big up, Mitchy boy. What else do we have here? Tony Tiger coming from Tony Tiger. Martin is a small guy. Do you think he will be okay as a defender in the Premier League? I think he will. And Poches, you can say fullbacks. Usually they do more offense in the offensive area than the defensive area. So yeah. More can more okay, he will flourish. Let's see. It says, I hope they sign that contract extension with Casado before sending it sending on any load. Okay. On loan. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about the right wing. Who did you pick again, Martin? Before I go to Roger,
My pick was Sterling. Yeah, my
you think
pick was
okay?
Sterling
Would be
because
Stalin.
yeah, his fitness has been up. He's been training, and it's always advisable to have the
And
attacking
Modric joined
pair.
late.
Yes. So that ruled him out. So it's either between Sterling and then the Morera kid, who also kind of came in late because we announced him, I think, mid last week or so. So he didn't really start up early. So looking at that, it'll probably be Sterling, and it'll be good to have the combination of him, Nkunku, and Jackson, gain that attacking pattern and more chemistry and all of that going from the very beginning. And if they can get in some goals, it will give the give the fans a bit more confidence and all of that excitement for the season.
Roger, what do you think? Right wing? Do you think Stalin? And we actually agree. I think that he's been more effective for us on the right hand side. That's just my opinion. But what do you think, Roger? Do you think he starts there?
It's a strong possibility. We can't have so many young players. We do need some maturity.
Experience.
Yeah, but I would, as I said, you know how I feel. I would prefer Madueke all day long. So, but there has to be a balance.
Check the poll here. Yeah, the poll has picked Madueke, but I think yeah, because of experience, and we did talk about that when we started, when we got to the attacking area. So Stalin may well start, and plus Madueke joined late. That's a factor too. So let's go for Stalin, and he would want. Yes, let's put Stalin here, and that's it for the lineup. We'll have some other items we have to address before we call it a day. This how many items? I think we'll breeze through it. Except the panelists, if they have anything to add. Kepa between the sticks, Martin left back, Silva, one of the two centre backs, Chalobah there, Gusto right back, Enzo, one of the 2-6s, Santos, one of the 2-6s, and Nkunku 10, Mudryk left wing, Stalin right wing, Jackson number 9 position. So let's look at this these items and call it a day as soon as possible. I appreciate you all joining the show. Let's see. Roger, if you have anything, you can come in, or Martin, if you have anything. This says Ian Martin's first preference is to fight for his first 10 minutes at Chelsea, but it might be difficult if Marco Correa stays. If Marco Correa and Benchua stays, then the two players, I think this is a bit biased here. Burnley remained the favorite to re-sign Martin on loan. Should he leave? So, which means he probably will get him to put pen to paper for a new contract. Because I don't think would risk sending him out on loan again without him signing an extension. West Ham, Nottingham Forest, Benfica, and Wolfsburg have also expressed interest in recent weeks. Anybody want to add to that, or should I just move on?
Yeah, I think people seem to be of this belief that because Cucurella underperformed, Maatsen is automatically better than he is right now, and they would want to find a way to make the trade, but there is no demand for Cucurella, and he has an opportunity to come good. Also, people also forget that he was Brighton's player of the season the year before, and when he joined, I remember in the first weeks, he came in to be the number 1 over Chilwell. So he has the capacity to come good. We've seen him put in a shift against Dortmund. So there is optimism that he would return back, get back his previous form. On Maatsen, it's a difficult one because he's the kind of person you would want Poch, to build his system with, because on the flanks, his crosses, his attacking prowess is just perfect. It gives you the whole Daniel Rose vibes, and you think that would work really well, with either Sterling or Modric on that flank.
I'd say he's actually more technically gifted than Danny Rose.
Yeah, so on profile, Martin is spot on, but he's just unlucky that one Chilwell had a contract extension. If maybe that didn't happen, we might be seeing some links to Manchester City or something. But I think Cucurella, we are still paying for his money, 62 million. No one would want him off after a poor season, and he wouldn't be going anywhere. So if you're saying Cucurella is not leaving and Chilwell is not leaving, then three left backs would just be an overkill. It's sad.
It will be an overkill, and it can cause issues and cause problems because you have one player not happy. Roger, you want to add to that, or should I just move on?
No, you can move on. I get it though.
It's very sad, It's very, very sad because this is the idea of the loan. You go out on loan, you perform, you come back to your parent club and start. And he's done his bit. It's just it's just sad.
Yeah, and he's also very young, which means we're looking to add experience. That's why I think it'd be difficult to let Cucurella leave. Let's see, ex Santos. Thank you for saying that. And Obe Bandera Madrid. Hopefully, let's see what happens there. And this report here says Pierre America Aubameyang has agreed to join Olympic Marseille, and Chelsea will let him leave for free. Richard, just quickly, which means we just terminate his contract. Is that what it is?
In all likelihood.
No.
Okay.
No, I think
how do you think it happens, Martin?
We're creating the situation where we only want him to go to a team that we believe is a good enough team for him, and it's right conditions and all of that. If we make him a free agent, then he'll be able to ask for millions and do this and do that, and then the Barcelonas will want to sneak in and get him on a free and blah blah blah. So I think we've created a situation where we've asked for fees upfront, and then we let it play out, and now he's found a team he's actually agreeing to go to, and then we let him go there without the other team paying us money. So it's only contracted to the current team he's going to. If other teams hear this and change their minds and begin to call him up, an example Barcelona, because they love a cheap deal, then we'll be able to say, hey, no, this free is for Marcel. You want to go to Barca, we want 5 million.
Okay.
So I want to go to Saudi,
Okay.
we want 8 million.
I think no
All
matter
right,
what, though, whatever it takes, they want him off the books. Period.
Yeah.
Even
But
if that means free.
more importantly,
if it means free, but we're not giving Saudi for free.
Yeah, Kuchila, who is this gentleman on your panel? He's having such a calming effect. So this is how you have changed the shape of your squad to counteract Gengen Press from Beautiful JC and all that. I'm not telling you his name because you're gonna go try and tap him up and sign him. So he's under contract on at Chelsea Perspective. People told me that selling Mount and Havertz was a mistake. I woke up and checked Twitter and I smile. Okay, it's too early,
carnage,
really. Keep the blue flag flying high. 1905 said, just Poch, I can get this right. Yeah, I hope he will. We have a great squad. Just need a little bit more experience in some signings here and there in some important areas that we've talked about. I think it will make a difference. Coachella, are you wearing a red Maguire jersey today? Did he injure you for snatching that? No, I'm not wearing a red Maguire shirt. This is a dark. This is a black and red combo. But yeah, somebody says it was a Wrexham jersey. In LB in left back, we only have a Cowell because Benoit is injured. Okay, there are 4. Okay, Ian should be a backup to Levi Cowell. Okay, that's a mix-up there. The 2 best left backs in preseason should stick around, while the other 2 can leave or go on loan. That spot is up for grabs. At least that's your opinion. I think Matson will end up going alone again, and then before he comes back, would make space for him.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
There is a possibility where the club sees Chilwell's fitness as being unreliable, just like in James. So
you think they sell him?
No, not to sell him, but to rely on him being there if down the road he gets injured for months. So
it wouldn't be a bad idea having the 3 CBs.
Yes.
3 LBs.
Yes. So I think maybe we've gone through spells where we had to get Lewis Hall and put him there. I think the club really, really regretted, relying on his fitness and all of that. So if they are looking at Chilwell in that manner, then there is a world where Maatsen stays, and if a suitable bid doesn't come through, a loan wouldn't be the worst idea, but still, you'd want it to be, you want him to be settled. So Chilwell fitness is
agree with you. Yeah. Yeah,
which means one of the best things to happen to Maatsen is Chilwell getting injured for the next 2 weeks.
I know.
Just a slight
I mean, again, nobody wishes. Nobody will. Again, we don't wish him that. But again, I get your point. Yeah. After all, I kind of got an opportunity in at Ajax when who was that got injured? Was it Overmars? I don't remember who exactly. But I can't quite remember who got injured at Ajax before kind of got an opportunity, and then the rest is history. Yeah, let me see what else we have here. All we need is support for the coach Pochettino. The team now is like a new coach and new players. All we fans need for the players. And that's a famous now. Okuzeto, nice to see you. Thank you for that comment there. I feel like Sanchez will be a player to watch this season. Apparently, Poch puts him in the number 6 role in training. He played alongside, was paired with Cesar Caicedo with the first team. I think, like Roger said, I think we'll see a lot of surprises by the time we see the final list for the coming season. Please, what's the score? The game hasn't started yet. We'll start 12:30 a.m. UK time. Upon Bernard, can I know Chelsea's first 11? We give you the prediction we have on the screen. Just give me some time here. We'll come back to that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Chilwell gets injured every year, every mid-season. Yep. You can argue the same for James. And the decisions have already been made before preseason. Judging a players on basis of a preseason is unfair because the squad are hugely rotated and twisted. The aim of preseason is to get miles, more importantly. Supreme, but he picked up. Okay, just having a conversation. Then I'll move on from that one. I remember how dynamic Korea looked at Brighton. I don't like him at the CB left center back position, but could we do a job? It could do a job in front of defense. I like him. I think it's a good player in him. This one here talks about Maatsen has interest from Bali. However, they have failed so far to meet Chelsea's price tag of 20 million. Are we looking to sell him? I don't believe this really.
I don't think we're looking to do
sorry?
anything. I think an offer came from Burnley, and that was the price that was quoted. It's actually 25 million. But we told them we would keep him. We're happy to keep him. If you want him that much, that is the price.
Yeah, but I don't want us to sell him really. He's a fine player. Let's see. And according to a reliable source, I don't like this report at all. I don't know how credible this Maxwell in question is. He's not quoting anybody. So according to a reliable source, that's a ghost, maybe. Moises Caicedo from Brighton to Chelsea is happening in August. The deal is advanced. Brighton asks Chelsea to wait so they can search for a replacement, which will take 2 weeks. Here we go, son of a Caicedo. I don't trust this. Roger, what do you make of it?
Poppycock. No way.
The emojis gave it away.
Even though I get it, we're making progress, I still do not trust this report.
No.
According to a reliable source. What is the reliable source? Trust me, bro.
Yeah, a ghost maybe. Go ahead, Roger, if you have anything to add to that.
That is pure clickbait material.
Yeah.
Period.
With the here we goes and the emojis.
Absolute nonsense,
he's reaching too much.
Anybody else, anything else to add to that, or should we move on?
No, just want everyone to, be excited. This is a brand new Chelsea, a brand new system, a brand new coaching. And some of the teams, even the older players that we're familiar with, they might, fit in differently to this. So, looking forward to watching the
brand
team.
new injuries. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah, and this here is saying that West Ham are targeting Ian Maatsen, but the defender has made a positive impression on Pochettino already. No decision yet, and I trust Jacob Steinberg to you could say considerable extent. I'm not sure. People are just making up nonsense. So I don't think if we want to sell him, he's a player would sell for 20 million. He's that good. Mauricio Pochettino is still deciding the captaincy and has not ruled out a player's vote in the coming weeks. I think if it's a vote, most definitely, I think Thiago Silva will take it. No, not yet. We need to evaluate. We need to see the players and have more contact to see the evolution over the next few weeks. Then for sure, we will decide what is best for the squad and for the team. Richard, you have anything to say to that?
It's going to be interesting. I can't see it being anyone other than than Silva, especially now that Fofana's gone down. He'll probably play a lot more. I would have, I think he'll play a lot more. He'll trust Silva to play, assuming he's healthy, of course, over Chalobah. I really do. I think he'll probably do that.
Yeah.
So it's a slam dunk. It's going to be Silva, possibly James as vice captain.
It makes sense. But go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, for all the right reasons, because of on the field and of course off the field. He's a gentleman with impeccable integrity, etc. He's respected.
He's married
all around
with
the world.
is it 3 kids?
I'm not sure, but I know he's respected across all the continents, so it'll be a no-brainer. James, my only thing about James is, just like I mentioned about Fofana, this chap needs to stay healthy this year, and so much for me not jinxing him.
Yeah. And I think the main thing, I think what they're considering is who would be the second and the third captain, because if they're looking to phase out Thiago Silva this year, he could still be the captain, but on the pitch.
Exactly.
And if James isn't fit, who would be the third captain? Because the third captain will probably be the most, consistent player, still there. So that would probably be Kepa. So technically, we might have situations where Kepa would be wearing the armband for most of the games. And I don't think they're sure of choosing Kepa for that. I think they might be leaning more Sterling rather than Kepa on that front. Because if they're looking to sell Kepa or phase him out in a year or two...
He's never captain, though. He's never captain City, Liverpool. I mean, there's a fill-in, but I mean...
Yeah, but it's an age thing. And if they're looking to see him coming through this season... because he's a 15 to 20 goal, player. If they're looking to see him being a top scorer and, pulling in the weight, then they'll be thinking in a marketing, experienced, long-term standpoint.
He ticks a lot of the boxes, I agree.
Yeah, so when you're putting him against Kepa, then there'll be more people leaning to Sterling than Kepa, because Kepa could be sold. In fact, they want him to be sold, but there's just no demand for him. So I think the discussion is not the first captain. Everyone knows it's going to be Silva. James will probably be second. But if James' fitness and we're having to play, Badia, Shile and Colwell and Trev more often than Thiago, then it's all going to come down to who's going to be the third choice captain, because we might be seeing that captain more than the other two.
Thank you so much. Here's Keishan saying that report is absolute nonsense. I think we think so too. So thank you for saying that. It's not true. It doesn't make sense anyway. But Santos is a 6, more of a box-to-box midfielder, but he has the attributes to suffice as a 6. But he takes some time to adapt properly. Pochettino has been on record saying that footballers have a job, which is to train hard every day. He would already have an idea about the players. Training should be foundation for his selection. I think, more importantly, Santos is more of a box-to-box. Yep. As if I saw that. TT, you mean in the middle? Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. People are running off now, but he's molding him into a 6. He can do that. Like I said, he has attributes to be molded into a 6. Santos played the 6 with the under-21s. I didn't pay attention. So this is Chelsea's played in that role before. West Ham are targeting Martin. I think we've read that, but Gary Milborn, thank you for joining us. PJ Attis, more importantly, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. I haven't seen you for like 1,000 years. Chelsea have beaten 13 other offers to buy Sir Oswald Stall Mansion next to Stamford Bridge for the stadium of redevelopment. So good job there. There's an argument, though, about Poch making Kepa where and bad often. It could do wonders for the confidence after being thrown unfairly by a majority of I know. But let's see what the club does. As Roger would say, be careful what you wish. Roger, your final thoughts before we call it a day.
No, I'm looking forward to this match. I really am. I'm looking forward to how we play, what formation we have on the ball and off the ball, if that makes sense. I'm looking forward to see what chemistry, if any, is built. There's many things I know our opposition, with all due respect, is not exactly an elite opposition. And that's no disrespect to Wrexham, but they're not of the highest profile. Let's put it that way. So, but on any given day, as they say. But I'm just looking to see who he starts and why, and just how he substitutes, who he substitutes, etc. I want to see what work they've done on the training ground, and let's see if it bears fruit. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. I'm highly anticipating this game.
Yep. Thank you so much. Just quickly here, let me see. A transfer running away too slowly this summer. Not sure to this after last summer. I think would be good. Martin, anything else you want to say? Should we call it a day?
Yeah, I'm just let everyone just relax. I think would watch the team today. It's going to be a bit of a first game. First game for the new coach, first game for some of the players, and people should just be excited for it. Tactically, I don't think there'll be much. Of course, they'll always want to implement some of the things, but I don't think he's had enough time to really, really drill them down and have the first 11 he would desire to start, to work with. Like how would you build a team and train anything without having Enzo in the middle? It almost doesn't work. So it's like people should just look at the players, get excited for them, and then just support. I don't think there should be much to take away from this game. We could win 5-0, we could win 1, we could lose 2-0. Just look at the players, look at their fitness, look at their profiles, and the way he chooses to implement them in his system. The results might be up and down, but it's all about the intention and the placements. And we all know that we could play the information today and it could all be different from next game. So we just need, the players to come back. When the Enzos are back, Madueke's and possibly Caicedo's, that's when, we drill deep into that. Same thing to recover. So just relax, enjoy this game. And if there's anything to take away from it, other teams are also, in the balance as well. There'll be lots of kids, watch them play. Don't just jump into any conclusions. Someone might take some shots or pass back 5 times and people lose their minds. Just chill. Just chill. Because I know fans are desperate for something good right now. There's been no transfers, no good news. So people are still mourning the loss of Mount and Kai and everyone else and all our favorites. And they're uncertain about the future and the strategy and all of that. So this game is one big excuse for people to pour their anger on. So people should just calm down. We might be good, we might not be, but it's the start of something new, start of something different.
A
So
work
yeah,
in
looking forward
progress.
to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. Again, Jesse says Ari of Tarsa will be against Newcastle Brighton without Caicedo, McAllister, and Cowell. Let's see what happens. So do you think Ryan Reynolds will be at the game, the actor? Why? Is there anything I do
Yeah,
not know here?
he
What's that?
owns the team we are playing against.
Yes.
Wrexham.
He owns Wrexham, so he should be there.
Yeah,
Yes, he's
so
he's partner with,
yeah.
I forgot the other gentleman's name. Yeah, he's one of the 2 partners of the team. They purchased it together.
Yeah, so this is a big PR game, and it's going to bring a whole lot of, investors and all of that to Wrexham and all of, it's and it captures, American interest as well because him coming over, and then I think they gain the promotion from their league to the next one, and they're looking to climb up the pyramid and do good things. So it's a good one. He should be here, with the pictures with Baghdad and Poch and everyone. So respect
Don't worry,
respect
nothing
to
is
the
wrong. That's
team.
Roger's alarm.
So yeah, he should
It's
be
not like
there.
industrial hazard or anything. Yeah. But thank you. Go ahead. If you're still speaking, Martin, were you still talking?
Sorry.
No, I just concluded that he if if
Okay.
he wants the best for for the occasion, for the PR, for the pictures and everything,
He
he
has
should
to
be
be
there.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. The only exception of a player who didn't train and performed in matches was Hazard. I don't know anyone else. And Hazard career eventually suffered due to his, you could say, his lazy attitude. Coach, listening to your new theme and panelists, I am going to start meditation practice soon. I am going into that mode already. Calm and cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed it. I want to say thank you to all the panelists. Martin O, I'm glad you decided to be part of the Chelsea Perspectives resident panelists. It's been awesome. I appreciate you. Hopefully, you'd have more time to join us whenever time allows. So the same, Roger is an OG here. I appreciate him. He signed a life contract with us. I don't know how he's going to terminate that. I'm going to say thank you to DJ, who also did find time to join us. To JC in the chat. Keyshawn, I appreciate you, brother. Supreme Court's PJ Artist and Gary Milbaum. Who was in the chat? The beautiful game was in the chat. Ike Icy. All of you, if I miss your name, and this brother here, Newski. If I miss your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Thanks, chaps.